friends and see that all of them are seated in this hall in the next 10 minutes. Let us see the magic of Balu sir. One cell phone, mobile phone was found in the dining hall. It is here. Kindly come backstage to collect this. Thank you.
ಕಾಳಿಯಗಂಡ ಶ್ರೀ ವೀರಭದ್ರ. ಎಂಬುದಾಗಿ ಗುಣಿಸಿ ಬರುತ್ತಿರುವ ವೀರಭದ್ರನಿಗೆ
ವೀರಗಾಸೆ ತಂಡಕ್ಕೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ನಾವು ಈ ದಿನ ಒಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಜಾನಪದ ಪ್ರದರ್ಶನದ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ವೀರಗಾಸೆ ತಂಡದ ಮುಖ್ಯಸ್ಥರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಹೂಗುಚ್ಛವನ್ನು ನಾವು ಕೊಡಬೇಕೆಂದು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಸವಿತಾ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತೇನೆ. We request all delegates in the dining hall to assemble in the hall as soon as possible, please. We are beginning the first oration of the day in a few minutes. Please inform, call your colleagues and friends to assemble as early as possible. I repeat, Balu sir's oration is beginning in few minutes. As you all know, it is one of the most awaited oration of the entire centenary oration series. So we want a full house. We'll wait for another 2, 3, 5 minutes for delegates to assemble back in the hall. I request all the volunteers to send the delegates into the hall as early as possible at the reception, outside, dining hall and parking lot.
Good morning, everybody. We'll start with the first oration of today. I welcome first Chairperson Dr. R. Chandrasekhara sir to the dais. Sir is former Vice Chancellor of RGHS University, Managing Trustee Health, Founder Managing Trustee Health Foundation, Member Committee for Authorization of Human Organ Transplantation, Karnataka State Coordinator of Blood Banking, and he has done MBBS in 1969 and MDRT in 1975. He has served government in various capacities, including professor and HOD in BMC and MMC. He was medical superintendent of Victoria Hospital. Total professional experience is 37 years, teaching experience of 27 years, and administrative experience of 17 years. We welcome you, sir. Second chairperson, I welcome Dr. A.H. Harish, who has done MBBS from MMC in 1984 to 90, D Ortho 92 to 94 in MMC, MCH Ortho from University of Seychelles, MHA from ICFAI University. He is working as a private orthopedician since 1994. He has served IME in various capacities as President, Vice President, Secretary. He is Secretary of Mysore Orthopedic Association for 11 long years. He has conducted many conferences and seminars and worked with MAA since more than 20 years in various capacities. He is CEO of Riverview Hospital and Governing Council member of MMCRI from 21-23. Received BC Roy Award from IME and Best Branch President Award from State IME. I welcome you, sir. Now I welcome Dr. Bal Subramaniam, sir, and I also welcome Dr. Shekhar, sir, and Dr. Sriram sir also I welcome to felicitate Dr. Balasubramaniam sir. Dr. Balasubramaniam sir, we all know he is a very famous person, needs no introduction. He is a member in the Capacity Building Commission of the Government of India, Chairman of the Social Stock Exchange Advisory Committee set up by SEBI. He is visiting professor at Cornell University, USA and IIT Delhi. And MBBS he has done from MMC, MPhil in Hospital Administration and Health Systems Management from BITS Pilani, and MPA from Harvard University. He is founded the Swami Vivekananda Youth Movement at the tender age of 19 years. He has spent more than 3 decades of his life in the service of rural and tribal poor in the forests of India. He is also the founder of Grassroots Research and Advocacy Movement, a public policy think tank in India. He is a Tata scholar, a Mason Fellow of the Harvard Kennedy School, and a Fellow at the Hauser University for Civil Society. Harvard University was the head and visiting professor of the Vivekananda Chair, University of Mysore twice. He is also a regular columnist in national dailies and has authored 9 books, both in Kannada and English. His latest book, Power Within, has become the national bestseller within a month of its launching. And there are many more things about him. He has a very long CV, and considering in recognition of his outstanding contribution towards patient care, administration, research and achievement in the field of medicine, MAA has great pleasure in felicitating and delivering the Centenary Oration Award to Dr. Balasubramaniam sir on this 29 September 2024. Now over to you, chairpersons and speaker.
Good morning, everybody. I have great pleasure in welcoming Dr. Balasubramaniam to give his oration. Dr. Balasubramaniam, please.
ಬಾಲು ಬಾಲುನ ನಾವು ಬಾಲು ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯಿಂದ. ನಮ್ಮ 2 ಇಯರ್ ಸೀನಿಯರ್ ಬ್ಯಾಚು. ಮೈಸೂರು ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಏನಾದರೂ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಸರ್ವಿಸ್ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಬರಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬಾಲು ಈಸ್ ರೆಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸಿಬಲ್. ಸಿನ್ಸ್ ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ನಾನು 84 ಬ್ಯಾಚು, ಇವರು 82 ಬ್ಯಾಚ್. ಸೊ ಆ ಟೈಮಿಂದಲೂ ಯಾವ ಮೈಸೂರು ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಆಚೆಗೆ ಬರ್ತಾನೋ ಅಥವಾ ಅವನು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಓದ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾನೋ ಅವನಿಗೆ SVYMನ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಇಂಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಒಂಥರ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ನಮಗೆ ಅವರು. ಆ ಕಾಲೇಜಿಂದ ನಾವು ಏನು ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಸರ್ವಿಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಟ್ರೈಬಲ್ ಹೆಲ್ತಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೇನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಆ ಒಂದು ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟನ್ನ ತಂದುಕೊಟ್ಟವರು ಬಾಲು. ಆ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಬಾಲುಗೆ ಏನಪ್ಪ ಇವ ಬಾಲು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲೋ ಸರ್ವಿಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ, ಏನಿದು ಹುಚ್ಚು ಕಲ್ಪನೆ ಅಂತ. ಇವತ್ತು ಬಿಲ್ಟ್ ಸಚ್ ಎ ಬ್ಯೂಟಿಫುಲ್ ಒಂದು ಒಂದು ಏನಂತಾರೆ ಒಂದು ಸಾಮ್ರಾಜ್ಯ ಅಂತಲೇ ಅನ್ಬೋದು. ಆ ಥರದ್ದು ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಹೆಲ್ತಲ್ಲಿ. ಮತ್ತು ಇವತ್ತು ಈಸ್ ಫೇಮಸ್ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಇಂಟರ್ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್. ಇವತ್ತು ಮೋದಿ ಅವರ ಆ ಒಂದು ಥಿಂಕ್ ಟ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ಆ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಟ್ಯಾಂಕಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಬಾಲು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಎನ್ನುವುದೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆಯ ವಿಷಯ. ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಬಾಲು, ಟೇಕ್ ಓವರ್.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. It's indeed a great privilege and honor to be addressing at the centenary celebrations of what I would proudly say as an institution which has deeply influenced and inspired me. ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ಬೋದಾ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಮಾತಾಡ್ಬೋದಾ? ಎಲ್ಲ ಭಾಳ ಉತ್ಸಾಹದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೈಗಳ ಮೇಲೆ ಹೋಗದೇ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಎರಡನ್ನು ಮಿಶ್ರಿಸಿ ಮಾತಾಡೋ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಪಡ್ತೀನಿ. ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಓದಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಆಲ್ ಟೋಲ್ಡ್ ದಟ್ ದ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ ಇಸ್ ಸಮಥಿಂಗ್ ವಿಚ್ ಇಸ್ ಬೋತ್ ಅ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಅನ್ ಆರ್ಟ್. ಫಾರ್ ಅ ಲಾಂಗ್ ವೈಲ್ ಐ ಡಿಡ್ ಬಿಲೀವ್ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಬೋತ್. ಬಟ್ ದ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ 40 years, especially the last 25, when I've actually stopped the practice of medicine, and therefore I believe I may be a worthy candidate to speak about beyond the practice of medicine. Science has been progressing so fast to the point where today we talk of designer drugs, we talk of so many other things using AI, ML and all this, that latest advances that we are all looking at. In the government of India, we have a huge digital health that's getting rolled out, and each passing day it's getting rolled out faster. So this advancement of science, well, on one side is extremely inspiring. It makes us feel very competent, but my fear is it also makes us have the illusion of competence. And rapidly, I think the art of medicine is dying off. And to me, medicine truly should be not a practice from the zones of our competence, but in my view and opinion, medicine should be truly from the space, a practice of medicine should truly be from the space of the zones of incompetence. Despite all advances of medicine, the finality and the truth of it is we still don't know enough. And pretending to know might take away the ability to learn and develop the competence that the world requires today. But then how is not practicing medicine enabling us is something I would like to speak about for the next few minutes. More importantly, I would like to speak about the fading art and what we are losing by the fading art of medicine. The art of medicine is, you can't really describe it, you can't really define it. If I were to ask somebody to tell us, how can you describe the art of medicine? A famous art critic, Braque, the French art critic, once said, art is very difficult to describe. It is a good painting, but you can never really describe it very well. And that's exactly what makes being an art critic very difficult. Similarly, I think even medicine, the person who's practicing the art from the way he practices it, but if you ask him to write a book on the art of medicine, possibly he might be a little uncomfortable. The science of medicine, we can write books and books and books. That's what we all study and learn. So I think the art helps us understand the vulnerability of not just mankind, but the vulnerability of ourselves also. The art of medicine helps us be humble. I think it also opens up the pathway for lifelong learning. And the beauty of it is it actually makes the science worthwhile. And for me especially, the combination of science and art, and I was just going back, and as I was thinking this morning on what should I share, I thought how the Mysore Medical College and learning the science of medicine, especially the art of medicine from extraordinary professors that at least we were privileged in those days, and I'm sure the tradition will be continuing even now, taught me and helped me unpack this. It's also fortunate many of my colleagues from SUIM is here, and I remember the days of 1987 when for the first time getting into the tribal areas, you go with this mistaken notion that you're a doctor and you wave a magic wand and the world will be at your feet and the Nobel Prize is just waiting around the corner and you can be under Schweitzer who will be written about in textbooks. And you suddenly discover that people living there really don't care a damn about your presence. ತುಂಬ ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ನನಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಬಂದು ಕೇಳೋರು, ಸರ್ ನೀವು ನಿಜವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಡಾಕ್ಟ್ರಾ ಅಂತ. ಕೆಲವ್ರು ಏನಂತ ಮಾತಾಡ್ಕೊತಿದ್ರು ಅಂದರೆ ಕೆಲವ್ರಿಗೆ MBBS ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು ಮೈಸೂರಿಗೆ ಬಂದು ಹೋಗಿರೋರು ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳೋರು, ಬಹುಶಃ ನೀವು ಪಾಸ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್, 6 ತಿಂಗಳ ತನಕ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹೊರಟೋಗ್ತೀರಾ ವಾಪಸ್ಸು ಅಂತ. ಸೊ ಈ ಥರದ ಹಲವಾರು ಥರದ ಭಾವನೆಗಳು ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯಗಳು ಬರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಸಹಜ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಸಮಾಜಕ್ಕೆ ಅಥವಾ ನಾವು ಸೇವೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸೇವೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತಾರೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ರಾಜಕಾರಣಿಗಳು ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀರ ಅಂದರೆ ನಾವು ಸಮಾಜ ಸೇವೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಈ ಸಮಾಜ ಸೇವೆ ಪದವೇ ಒಂಥರ ಕರಪ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಅಂಥ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವೇನಾದರೂ ನಾನು ಸಮಾಜಕ್ಕೆ ಸೇವೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂದರೆ ನಮಗೆ ಸಂದೇಹದಿಂದ ನೋಡುವಂಥದ್ದೇ ಮೊದಲನೇ ಕೆಲಸ ಅಂತ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಾವು ಬಹುಶಃ ಇಫ್ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಪ್ರೂವ್ ಅವರ್ಸೆಲ್ಸ್ ವರ್ದಿ ಆಫ್ ಟ್ರಸ್ಟ್, ದೆನ್ ಪೀಪಲ್ ಪಾಸಿಬಲಿ ಕ್ರೆಡಿಟ್ ಯು ವಿತ್ ಅ ಲಾಟ್ ಮೋರ್ abilities and knowledge. So for me also it was no different. I still remember there's a small tribal colony called Rajapura, and in my enthusiasm to show that I actually am a doctor and I can do something for people, once we, and Ramesh is here, 2 of us walked down to Rajapura one day and we found women, around 15-20 of them with tale mele ಒಂದು ಬಿಂದಿಗೆ, ಸೊಂಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಬಿಂದಿಗೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೊಳೆಗೆ ನಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಕಬಿನಿ ಫ್ಲೋಸ್ ನಿಯರ್ ಬೈ. ಅವ್ರು ನಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗೋದು ನೋಡಿ, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ರಮೇಶ ಬೀಂಗ್ ಟಿಪಿಕಲ್ ರಮೇಶ, ಹಿ ಸೆಡ್, ನೋಡೋ ವಾಪಸ್ ಹೋಗೋಣ, ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ನೋಡಿದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಹೊಟ್ಟೋಗ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಬಾ ಹೊಟ್ಟೋಗೋಣ ಅಂತ. ಅವನು ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ವಾಪಸ್ ಬರೋದನ್ನೇ ನೋಡ್ತಿದ್ದ. ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲ ಬಂದುಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಇಷ್ಟು ದೂರ ನಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದುಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮಾತಾಡ್ಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗೋಣ ಅಂತ ಅವ್ರನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಹಿಡಿದಿಟ್ಕೊಂಡ್ವಿ. ಕಲೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಆಡಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಬೇರೆ, ನಮಗೆ ಬಿಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಹಿಡಿದಿಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದಾಗ ಅವರು ಹೊಳೆಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ ನೀರು ತರಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂದರು. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ರಾಜಾಪುರದಿಂದ ಕಬಿನಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ 3-4 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟ್ರ್ ಆಗ್ತಿತ್ತು, ಹೋಗಿ ಬರಲಿಕ್ಕೆ 6-8 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟ್ರ್ ಅಂತ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಅವರು ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ 8:30-9 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಹೋದರೆ ಮಧ್ಯಾಹ್ನ 1:00 ವಾಪಸ್ ಬರೋರು. ಸೊ ನನಗೆ ಅನಿಸಿದ್ದು ಬಹುಶಃ ನಮ್ಮಿಂದ ತಪ್ಪಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇವ್ರು ಹೊಳೆಗೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಇಲ್ಲೇನು ಕೆಲಸ ನಡೆಯೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ಆದರೆ ಅವರು ಹೊಳೆಗೆ ಹೋಗುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಕ್ರಿಯೆ ನೋಡಿ, ಫಾರ್ ಅಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಸೀಮ್ಡ್ ಆಸ್, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ I think any of us in that place would have felt that I got to do something for these people. And the first thought that came to me also was, how can women, that is 1987, 40 years of so-called socio-economic independence in our country, how could they walk 8 kilometers to fetch 2 pots of water? So angered by the injustice and the unfairness of rural life, I came down to Mysore Jilla Panchayat. Those days they were called the Jilla Parishads. And we had an excellent officer, he's all retired now, Mr. Srinivas Murthy was there. I still remember him because they were all people who really supported us in our inception. And angrily barged into his office, literally demanding an explanation for why we can't provide water to Rajapura. And those days, knowingly or unknowingly, government called the Jilla Panchayat heads as chief secretaries. Because the then government had actually thought that if you celebrate the role of a district level officer to be sounding like the head of government itself, possibly they'll actually do more. And in reality, district level governance is what is literally critical for any country's development. Unfortunately, we have lost it, especially so in this state which was so progressive earlier. And Srinivas Murthy was quite puzzled at my entry itself, first of all. ಎರಡನೇದು ಸಿಟ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ಒಳಗೆ ಬಂದು ಇಲ್ಲ ನಮಗೆ ನೀರು ಕೊಡಲೇಬೇಕು ಅಂದಾಗ ಆ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಿತ್ತು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಆಧಾರ 1 ವಾರದೊಳಗೇನೆ ರಾಜಾಪುರಕ್ಕೆ ಬೋರ್ವೆಲ್ ಡ್ರಿಲ್ ಆಯಿತು, ಹ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಪಂಪು ಫಿಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ರು. ನನಗೆ ಭಾಳ ಖುಷಿಯಾಗೋಯ್ತು, ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಎಷ್ಟು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ. ಸೊ 1 ವಾರ ಬಿಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಾನು ರಾಜಾಪುರಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದೆ. ಸದ್ಯ ಅವತ್ತು ರಮೇಶನ್ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಇಲ್ದದ್ದು ಅವ್ನಿಗೆ ನನ್ನ ಜೀವನ ಇಡೀ ತಮಾಷೆ ಮಾಡಿರೋನು. ಒಬ್ಬನೇ ಹೋದೆ. ನಾನು ಮನಸ್ಸೊಳಗೆ ಇವರು ಜನ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಮಗೆ ಹಾರ ಹಾಕ್ತಾರೆ, ಕೊಂಡಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಭಗವಂತನೇ ಬಂದು ನೀರು ಕೊಡಿಸ್ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟ ನಮಗೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋದಾಗ ಸೊಗಸಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಾದಿ ಅಂತ ವಯಸ್ಸಾದವಳು ಮತ್ತು ಬೊಮ್ಮಿ ಇಬ್ಬರು, ನಾನು ಸದ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಆ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಟ್ಟಗುರುಬ ಭಾಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬೈದರೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಆದರೆ ಅವರ ಗಂಟ್ಲು ಧ್ವನಿ ಧೋರಣೆಯಲ್ಲೇ ಗೊತ್ತಾಯಿತು ಸಖತ್ ಸಿಟ್ಟು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ. ಸಿಕ್ಕಾಪಟ್ಟೆ ಬೈದರು. And I was really confused because the science in me had told me, and we had Professor Kulkarni at the P&SM department. I still remembered what the sentence he used in the class on P&SM. He said, any river is a direct connection between the aboral end of people living upstream and the oral end of people living downstream. So I thought I should solve this problem. We just cannot allow that to happen, and we should break the cycle for Rajapura tribals. ಭಾಳ ಉತ್ಸಾಹದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೆ, ಏನೋ ಭಾಳ ಬದಲಾಯಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ವಾಟರ್ ಬೋನ್ ಡಿಸೀಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಡ್ತೀವಿ ಹಾಗೆ ಹೀಗೆ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡು. ಸೊ ಬೊಮ್ಮಿ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಲಾಟೆಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆದಮೇಲೆ, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಶಬ್ದ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಕೇಳಿದೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಮ್ಮ ನಿಮಗೆ ಕಷ್ಟಪಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ನೀರು ಒಂದು ವಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿಸೋದೇ ಕಷ್ಟ, ಅಂಥದ್ದಲ್ಲಿ ಬೋರ್ವೆಲ್ ಹಾಕಿ ಕಟ್ಟೆ ಕಟ್ಟಿ ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ನೀವು ಬೈತಿರಲ್ಲ ಇಷ್ಟು ಅಂದೆ. ಬೊಮ್ಮಿ ಕೇಳಿದ ನನಗಿನ್ನೂ ಮನಸ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಳ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ನೆನಪಿದೆ. ಆಕೆ ನನಗೆ ನೋಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಕೇಳಿದ್ಲು, ಅಲ್ಲ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ನಾವು ನಿಮಗೆ ನೀರು ಕೇಳಿದ್ವಾ ಅಂತ. ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ವೆನ್ ಯು ಲುಕ್ ಎಟ್ ದ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ medicine and public health, you pretend to know the answers to people's problems, and then you think that I thought they needed water and actually got them water. And what Bomi told me in the next sentence actually changed my life and reminded me there's an art behind medicine, there's a heart also behind medicine. And what she told me was something very, very unique. She said, ನಾವು ನೆಮ್ಮದಿಯಾಗಿದ್ವಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಗಂಡಸರು ಕಾಟ ತಡೆಯಲಾರದೆ ಒಂದು 4-5 ಗಂಟೆ ನೆಮ್ಮದಿಯಿಂದ ನಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೊಳೆಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಬರೋಣ ಅಂತ ಕಾಯ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ. ನಾವು ನೀರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಹೋಗೋದು, ನಾವು ಸಂತೋಷವಾಗಿ, they were going to the river bank as a group for private time amongst women. That's the only time they got to discuss amongst themselves. That was possibly true culturally loaded women development in its own way. And what did I do was give them water in their backyard and destroy the very little peace and privacy that they had. So in solving a problem, and many of us doctors do this to our patients many times, in solving problems we end up creating many new ones. And we're very intelligent and we give it new names and stuff like that. But the point is, I realized that the learning I had that day was, voices matter. People's voices matter. Community wisdom matters. And the real practice of medicine is not about listening to what your brain tells you about what things are, but listening to what people tell you as what they feel things are. And from that day, I realized the practice of medicine, not just as a development activist. Later on at Harvard, I studied development economics. Everywhere I found this is the problem. We rely so much on science that when we start practicing it, we practice the science, forgetting the art behind it in any domain or any domain of expertise. Whether it is in this space or beyond this, my own journey I was a leadership advisor to a country. And I actually thought I knew enough of leadership. And this arrogance and ego that grows when you go to institutions like Harvard, you actually believe you know, despite knowing that you don't know. So I was there, and I still remember after a cabinet meeting, we were coming down the lift. And as I was coming down, the minister whom I was coaching, and I was assigned to the petroleum ministry of that country, and the minister of the country himself. And the president had just spoken in the cabinet meeting and said I should also support the energy minister, since they were intertwined. And I was getting introduced to the energy minister in the lift as we were coming back. And he said, this is the minister I was coaching said, this is Dr. Balu. And he should have stopped there. Our ಪುಣ್ಯಾತ್ಮ ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಈಸ್ ಎ ಫಿಸಿಷಿಯನ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಆ ಎನರ್ಜಿ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ಗೆ ಭಾಳ ಆಶ್ಚರ್ಯ ಆಗಿದ್ದು ನಾನು ಫಿಸಿಷಿಯನ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕಲ್ಲ. ಆಶ್ಚರ್ಯ ಆಗಿದ್ದು ಅವರ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಒಬ್ಬ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ನ ಲೀಡರ್ಶಿಪ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ ಅಂತ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಬಂದು ಕೂಡಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರಲ್ಲ. ಅವ್ರು ನಾನು ಕೇಳಿದ್ರು ನೇರವಾಗಿ, ಐ ಥಾಟ್ ಯುವರ್ PhD, ಯುವರ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಎ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಅಂದರು. So then I realized that, people misunderstand that we doctors are only meant to treat diseases. I think there's a huge world that our training enables us to do beyond medicine. And that is the day it struck me, and I was trying to explain to the Minister of Energy, and I remembered, unfortunately in India, we still don't read books written by Ramaya, Somaya, Timaya. We still want Hutchison, Manuelson and all those sons. So I remember Hutchison Manual, and what I'm not even sure if students have the time today and the willingness to do it, but those days pretty much all of us did it, I think. Asking for history, asking for personal history, family history, social history, and all those kind of things. talking to the patient a long time, and then getting into examination, and then looking at investigations, and then very intelligently not claiming any responsibility, but giving a provisional diagnosis or a differential diagnosis, and then finally doing some therapeutic trials, and then say, I got the answer. You possibly have this disease. And what was I doing as an expert at that time, an organizational behavior expert in management terms, was exactly this. You talk to the leadership of the organization, in this case the country and the cabinet, you understand the nation's problems or the corporate's problems. You actually look at who are all they engaging with, what are their stakeholders, what are the pressures they have. In politics, there's a lot of pressure. Now, working in the highest country of this highest office of this country, every day watching those pressures in action, sometimes I wonder, why would anybody want to hold high office in this country? The pressures are such extraordinary levels, you cannot even believe the kind of situations that they face. And at that situation, I was thinking the same thing, and I thought, we do exactly what medicine taught me. Take a detailed history, and then you examine. You look at the structures, the organograms, and all that you do, and then you take a pause and see what should I recommend as investigations. Then run out all those psychometric analysis that you do of people and organizations, and then safely say, this could be your problem. We give a provisional diagnosis, and then we give some therapeutic trial. And as a consultant, we are very intelligent. You should never say anything emphatically. You should leave everything as a question mark, because tomorrow if it doesn't work, you can say, I had a question mark at the end. Or if you're a little more expert, you put an exclamation mark and say, God help both of us. But then, we do exactly what medicine talks to us about and teaches us. So I realized the real practice of medicine is beyond medicine itself. It trains us for something extraordinary, but our ability to see and connect the dots can make us successful in any career that we choose, not just seeing patients. Unfortunately, we doctors are only seen as people who see patients, but I think if you scratch the surface, many of us, and in this room itself, there are plenty of us who hold administrative positions. We hold so many important organizational roles and posts that we don't really connect it to medicine that made us and prepared us for this. So I believe that whether it is being a development expert or being a leadership expert, I can connect it back to the medicine which taught me how to be both. But more importantly, once I straddled into the space of public policy, today there are a lot of young doctors and medical students who reach out to me and say, I want to be in the space of public policy, and they're confused. Does medicine prepare ourselves for this role at all? This year's UPSC exams, or the students are going to be joining anytime now, around 700 of them have cleared it, and out of 1.5 million people who took the exam, the most competitive exam anywhere in the world. And 72% of them are engineers. Close to 15% of them come from the space of medicine, veterinary sciences, and dentistry and public health. So virtually 87% of these people are going to be the administrative leaders of this country, come from these spaces. I know several people from the Mysore Medical College who have done their IAS, who have done their foreign services, police services, and they're doing exceedingly well. And I used to wonder in my early days, what a waste of doctors. ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಾನು ಕನ್ನಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ನಂದು ಕತೆ ಅದೇ, ನನಗೂ ಯಾರೋ ನೋಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಕೇಳೋರು, ಅಲ್ಲ MBBS ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಆಯ್ತಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ ನಿನಗೂ ಅಂತ. ಬಟ್ ನನಗನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ. MBBS ನನ್ನನ್ನು ತಯಾರಿಸ್ತು. ನನ್ನ ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಹಲವಾರು ಚಟುವಟಿಕೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಅರ್ಥ ಹಾಗೂ ಒಂದು ದಿಕ್ಕನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇ ಈ ಅಡಿಪಾಯ ಅಂತ ನನಗನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಪಾಲಿಸಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡುವಾಗ 3 ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತೇವೆ. First, we say public policy, when you really, how do you define it? And we simply say it is what governments intend to do or don't intend to do. It is both their intent and actions. And many times in medicine, we are also taught exactly this. What do you intend to do when a patient comes into your room? And finally, what do you do about it when you have the knowledge of the patient? And connecting it to the world of policy, we also look at it very simply. Any public policy we design, we say should solve a problem. If it is not solving a problem, it is not a policy at all. So if you say anti-poverty, it should solve the problem of poverty, for which the next step is important. We say we must have a normative definition. The normative definition of what is poverty and how much is poverty, whether it's $2 a day or $1.5 a day, that is a different definition, but you still have to have a normative. Hypothermia to hyperthermia ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ 98.6 normal temperature ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು. Public policy also begins with defining normalcy first. It defines what is the problem you're solving, and then to what level of solution can you take the solution to. bringing to the normative levels. If somebody is poor, take it up to the normative levels. Somebody is obese in a country like ours, bring in policy to reduces obesity to normative levels. And the last point we say is any policy when you filter should touch multiple disciplines, from political science to economics to anthropology to medicine to behavioral sciences to psychology to leadership to decision making. It touches so many sciences. And if you look at a doctor and the way he practices, every day, every patient is actually reflecting all this. He is an organizational expert, he is a behavioral expert, he is be a counselor, family ಅವರು ಬರ್ತಾರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಬುದ್ಧಿ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು, ಮನೆಯವ್ರು ಬರ್ತಾರೆ. ಈ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಷ್ಟು ಮಾತ್ರ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಸರ್ಕಾರದವ್ರು ಬರ್ತಾರೆ, ರೆಗ್ಯುಲೇಟರಿ ಏಜೆನ್ಸೀಸ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಕೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಲಾಯರ್ಸ್ಗಳು ಬರ್ತಾರೆ. ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಬುದ್ಧಿವಾದ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ನೀವು ಉತ್ತರ ಕೊಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬದುಕಬೇಕು. So actually public policy is no different from medicine. And I also realized when you prescribe something to government, we only look at three things. Is it driven by evidence? So we just say policy, evidence-based policy. In medicine today, all of us say evidence-based practice of medicine. And then in the world of policy, we say, is it administratively feasible at all? Now, all of us can say universal health coverage should happen in this country. But we can make a nice recommendation. ಮನೆಗೆ ಒಬ್ಬ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಇರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು. ಆದರೆ ಅವ್ನು ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೊಡೋರು ಯಾರು, ನಡೆಸೋದು ಹೇಗೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಅಡ್ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಟಿವ್ ಫೀಸಿಬಿಲಿಟಿ ಅಂತೀವಿ. ಅಷ್ಟು ಹಣ ಇದೆಯಾ, ಬಡ್ಜೆಟ್ ಇದೆಯಾ, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಈಗ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹೊತ್ತು ಮುಂಚೆ ಕೆಲವು ನನ್ನ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರುಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರು. ಸರ್ಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಷ್ಟು ಸ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಯಿತು, ಇಷ್ಟು ಬಿಡುಗಡೆ ಆಯಿತು, ಇಷ್ಟು ಕಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಬಳಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂತ. ಸೊ ಅಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಷ್ಟು ರಿಸೋರ್ಸ್ ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸೆಟ್ಟಿಂಗ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಆಪ್ರೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಡ್ಬೋದು ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಲ್ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಕವರೇಜ್ ಅಂತ. ಮಾಡಿಸೋಂಥದ್ದು ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಅ ಬಿಗ್ ಚಾಲೆಂಜ್. So at the same time, you can have the best of treatments you would know about. You may want to recommend it to your patients, but can they afford it? Can they even survive the treatment cost? So these are questions each one of you, I'm sure, will think about it when you tell your patient something. And in reality, what you're doing is a micro world of the policy world itself. You're playing it in a small way in your clinics or hospitals. At the policy level, we play it at the national level. So I realized whether it's evidence, whether it's managing stakeholders, or whether it is talking about feasibility of what we talk at the policy level, it's exactly the same as how we would talk in the clinic level. So thankfully, being trained in medicine gives me a little edge when I compare to other policymakers who don't come from this space. But I can go on and on, but more importantly, ನಾನು ಪರಿಚಯಿಸುವಾಗ 9 ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳನ್ನು ಬರೆದಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಸಂತೋಷ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಬರೆದ ಇದನ್ನ ಹೇಳಿದಾಗಲೇ ಸಂತೋಷ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ನೀವು ಕೊಂಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಸಂತೋಷ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಕೊಂಡ್ಕೊಬೋದು. ಇವತ್ತು ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಿಗ್ನೇಚರ್ ಹಾಕಿಸ್ಕೊತಿದ್ರು, ಅದಂತೂ ಅದ್ಭುತ. ಸಿಗ್ನೇಚರ್ ಹಾಕಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಾನು ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಓದಿದೆ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ನಮಗೆ ಆ ಡೇ ಇಸ್ ಮೇಡ್. ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರಲಿ ಬಿಡಲಿ, ವಿ ಆರ್ ಆಲ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ಲಿ ಹ್ಯಾಪಿ. ಸೊ ಬಟ್ ವಾಟ್ ಡಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಟೇಕ್ ಟು ಬಿ ಎನ್ ಆಥರ್? It's not just the command over a language, it's not just wordsmithing that you do, but you start off your life challenging the normal. You start off your life thinking through how does empathy play out in writing a book. You start off your life, how does cognitive functions actually enable you to write and use data. You start off your work in so many different ways, but more importantly, authors are a reflection of the social realities of humanity that prevails. How different are doctors? Doctors are exactly that. Each one of you is a reflection of society. Each one of you is a reflection of how society can be better and why it should be better. Each doctor, I believe, is a role model for his own small community or his community of patients. You have an enormous responsibility. Being a role model is not easy, because being a role model demands you to actually perform the role. And ನೀವು ಕೈಲಿ ಸಿಗರೇಟ್ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಸಿಗರೇಟ್ ಸೇರ್ಬೇಡ ಕಣಪ್ಪ, ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸರ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದರೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮಾತು ಯಾರೂ ಕೇಳಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ಸಿಗರೇಟ್ ಸೇರದೆ ಹೇಳಿದಾಗಲೇ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಗೌರವ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಆಲ್ ರೋಲ್ ಮಾಡೆಲ್ಸ್ ವೆದರ್ ವಿ ಲೈಕ್ ಇಟ್ ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ದ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಮೆಡಿಸಿನ್ ಡಿಮ್ಯಾಂಡ್ಸ್ ಇಟ್. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಅನ್ ಆಥರ್ ಕೆನಾಟ್ ರೈಟ್ ಸ್ಟಫ್ he doesn't believe in. He has no conviction. So beyond the practice of medicine, actually medicine helped me to be this author. So if I'm able to possibly take credit for being a best-selling author, etc., I think I owe it to the way medicine helped me to filter thoughts, to process it and articulate it in paper. We might write badly written in handwriting terms prescriptions, but we know exactly what we write and why we write it. And I think similarly, thankfully in the world of book writing today, we have so many software, you can talk into it, you can write into it, it does it very fast, and you have researchers, etc. I was just talking to Dr. Manjunath, and he was explaining to me how some of our doctors, in fact, one doctor who was with us in SVYM also, who is now a very accomplished monk in the Ramakrishna order. We used to call him Manjunath Ishtasevananda is his name. Several monks, whether you look at Swami Rama, whether you look at people like Swami Shivananda, or monks in the Jain tradition, in the Buddhist tradition, in ISKCON, in Ramakrishna order, I think we as doctors possibly at some point of time recognize just working on the heart, body and mind may not be enough. Beyond medicine, there's a soul which we are struggling with. I think the real eternal quest of mankind can be unpacked by doctors more easily because we see the fragility of heart, body and mind. There's something deeper. There's a consciousness which is unexplained. And a great physician, neuroscientist in UC San Diego, Professor Ramchandran, with whom I have the privilege of interacting a lot on leadership, neuroscience of leadership, today is trying to do research on the neuroscience of the Advaitic experience. So if you can look at it, beyond heart, body and mind, there is a soul. And that is something which all of us grapple with, but maybe we'll find a solution soon. And in some prescription, when we write meditation, it will no longer be of well-being and wellness, but it will be something deeper, something where we can tap into the power within and start exhibiting it in the world outside. And like I was talking, whether it is authors like Atul Gawande or many of us don't know them as doctors, whether it is Arthur Conan Doyle or Somerset Maugham or Robin Cook, they are known for their writing and their books, but they are all originally physicians. And I think being a doctor is what made them their books bestsellers. And somewhere deep down, I believe, all of us have opportunities, extraordinary opportunities to make a difference, be a difference. And in conclusion, I'm reminded of an excellent anecdote that happened in John F. Kennedy's life. Kennedy set an extraordinary challenge to the scientists of the United States, especially the space scientists. He said, we need to put a man on the moon. His conviction was so strong, he actually believed that as a president, he could drive the scientific world to respond to him. And he would go to Cape Canaveral regularly. And during one of his visits, and working in the government, I do visit a lot of institutions, and we all have this drama. The director will receive you, they'll give you a bouquet, and they'll take you through the institution in the path they want you to travel. ಸೊ ಭಾಳ ಬುದ್ಧಿವಂತಿಕೆಯಿಂದ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ನಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಿ ಏನು ತೋರಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಅಷ್ಟನ್ನು ಮಾತ್ರ ತೋರಿಸ್ತಾರೆ, ನಾವೇನು ನೋಡಬೇಕು ಅದು ತೋರಿಸಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಅದೇ ಥರ ಬಹುಶಃ ಕೆನಡಿಯವ್ರಿಗೂ ನಾಸಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ತೋರಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಆ ಕಡೆ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗೋಣ ಅಂತ ರೆಡ್ ಕಾರ್ಪೆಟ್ ಹಾಕಿ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ರಂತೆ. ಅದು ಕೆನಡಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಧಾನಿಗಳ ಥರ ಭಾಳ ಬುದ್ಧಿವಂತ, ಅವರು ಏನು ಹಿಡಿದ ದಾರಿಯಲ್ಲೇ ಹೋಗಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಈ ಸಡನ್ಲಿ ಡಿಸೈಡೆಡ್ ಯು ವಾಂಟ್ಸ್ ಟು ಗೋ ಆನ್ ಹಿಸ್ ಓನ್, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಯು ವಾಕ್ಡ್ ಅವೇ ಇನ್ ಅ ಡಿಫರೆಂಟ್ ಪಾತ್, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಯು ವಾಕ್ಡ್ ಇನ್ ಟು ಅ ಟಾಯ್ಲೆಟ್. ಹಿ ಹ್ಯಾಡ್ ದಿಸ್ ಫಾಂಡ್ habit of just walking into toilets, and he believed the toilets reflect the institution. So in the toilet, there was a board at the entrance saying, person at work, please don't enter. And a janitor was cleaning the toilet. And Kennedy, in his arrogance, I'm the president of the United States, and he just entered. And the janitor looked at him and said, sir, can't you see the board out there? Can you read it? He asked. And Kennedy, in all his, like most of us doctors actually pretend we are playing gods with patients. And he thought, I'm the United States president. This janitor asks me, who am I? And can I read the board? He said, well, I can, but I want to use the toilet. And the janitor said, yes, but I'm cleaning it. Please wait. The janitor also obviously did not know who this man was. He just thought somebody is coming in, because he had that visitor badge. Even as president, they would have that visitor badge in the institution. So he just thought some visitor has come to meet somebody. He can wait a few more minutes. But then Kennedy looked at the strength of this janitor in talking to him and possibly realized he's not recognizing me as the president of a country as strong as the United States then. And he looked at the janitor and said, well, what are you doing? And the janitor's reply was very simple. He said, can't you see I'm cleaning the damn toilet? And Kennedy got a little hassled, but then he said, but yes, but what are you doing? And the janitor's reply, I think, is a lesson, not just for doctors, but for everybody in the space of public service. The janitor replied to Kennedy and said, well, sir, maybe you've not heard. The president of our country has set a target to put a man on the moon. And I am making sure that I will have a man on the moon soon. Now, Kennedy was shocked. This is a janitor cleaning a toilet. And he says he's going to put a man on the moon. His face looked perplexed. And he asked the janitor, can you explain what you're saying? And the janitor said, do you know where this toilet is located? It is the closest to the senior most scientist of NASA. Now, they keep using this toilet. And if the toilet is not clean enough, and by God forbid, they catch some infection in this toilet where I am supposed to keep it clean, they may not be present in their jobs for a week or 10 days. This country can ill afford a scientist not coming for a week or 10 days. Then we can't keep up the promise to our president of delivering, putting a man on the moon. So by making sure none of them fall sick because of my lack of diligence in the toilet, I'm making sure we're going to put a man on the moon on time. Friends, this is not a story. It actually happened. Kennedy writes about it. Now, each of us have enormous opportunities. In the practice of medicine, we can see the patient in front of us in a very micro world. We can talk about treating him. We can talk about making him better. We can talk of operating on him. We can talk about all the science we have learned. It's a choice we make. But in that choice, remember, you're only playing the janitor. You're only keeping the toilet clean. Or, on the other hand, you can look at how the person is a part of a larger subset of humanity itself. A person who's going to contribute a lot to this world, possibly productively, efficiently, in much better ways than what we can imagine. Every time you see a patient, that in what I'm doing, I'm actually going to make this world a better place, I think we are going beyond the practice of medicine. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for that very wonderful and insightful lecture on medicine and beyond medicine. Now I request...
Can we all have a standing ovation for Balu, sir?
Thank you, everybody. Now I request the speaker to hand over the mementos to chairpersons.
Sir, please stay on stage. I can see many SVM team members of Balu sir here. Dr. Sitaram sir is there, MA Balu sir is there, Shukumar is there. I request his SVM team on stage, please, for 2 minutes. And all his batchmates, 1982 batch, please. Oh, hello, Sitaram. So the entire globe is Balu sir's family. This is his immediate family. Now, it was not an oration by Balu sir. Don't get confused. I would call it as sermon of Balu sir. Thank you.
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let's move on to the second session of the day. And for this session to chair, I invite Dr. Sri Prakash L. Mokshagundam sir. He is a professor and chief division of endocrinology, metabolism and diabetes, and he is associate program director, endocrinology fellowship training program, University of Louisville. He is a chief endocrinologist section, Louisville VA Medical Center, and a medical director, University of Louisville Physician, Diabetes and Obesity Center. He is graduated at top of his class from Mysore Medical College in 1978. He has done his MD Internal Medicine and DM from the prestigious PGI Chandigarh. He is a postdoctoral fellow and clinical fellow in various diabetes and endocrinology divisions. He is a founding member of Joslin Diabetes Center, affiliate at Floyd Memorial Hospital. He is a senior clinical researcher, mainly in islet cell biology, insulin secretion, mechanism of diabetic complications. He is a principal investigator in many clinical trials, a president of MMC Ghana Association. Thank you very much, sir, for chairing the oration. Now, I request the second chairperson for today's oration, Dr. Anish Bail. Dr. Anish Bail is a senior consultant endocrinologist at Apollo Sugar and Apollo BGS Hospitals, Mysore, and is a consultant at Wellness Super Speciality Center at Mysore. He has done both MBBS MD from Mysore Medical College and DM from TN Medical College, Mumbai, and is a well-known speaker at various CME and clinical meetings. He has been a principal investigator in many clinical trials and presently holding the post of Vice President of Karnataka Endocrinology Society. Welcome you, sir. Now I request the orator, Professor MA Shekhar, sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Alchichinagiri University. Please come over the dais, sir. I request Dr. C.D. Srinivasmurthy, sir, to come over the dais, please. And also I request Dr. Chandrasekhar Shetty, sir, to join the Orator Felicitation program, please, sir. I'm very much honored and privileged to read a citation of my teacher, Dr. M.A. Shekhar. Dr. M.A. Shekhar is a Honorable Vice Chancellor of Alumni University and is a great grandson of world-famous violinist Sangeeta Kalanidhi Sri T. Chaudaya sir, and son of Dr. Anke Gowda, a renowned pediatrician, and Srimati Umadevi madam, who is an accomplished musician in Carnatic music, and he was born in the year 1959 at Mysore. Professor Shekhar is a former director, Karnataka Institute of Endocrinology and Research, Bengaluru. He was a former professor of medicine, head Department of Endocrinology, MMCRI, Mysore. He is a director and consultant diabetologist at Apurva Diabetes Foundation, Mysore. He did his MBBS in 1981 and post-graduation in general medicine in 1985 from Mysore Medical College. He is a member of governing council, both Mysore Medical College as well as JSS Medical College. He is a visiting and adjunct faculty at JSS Medical College, Mysore, as well in Enapoya Medical College, Mangaluru. He is a member multidisciplinary task force to draft the various guidelines at NPC DCS and NHSRC. Professor Shekhar has published papers in many peer-reviewed journals and has been awarded the prestigious BC Roy Award in 2014. And he has delivered many orations in national and state conference of IMA, APA and various institutions. Having inherited the heavenly gift of music, he is a good musician and a proficient vocalist and plays a many musical instruments too. In recognition of his outstanding contribution towards the patient's care, administration, research and achievement in the field of diabetes, MAA has great pleasure in felicitating and delivering the Centenary Oration Award to Professor M.A. Shekhar on this Saturday, the 28th September 2024. This is to highlight his selfless support towards his alma mater and for being a proud alumnus of Mysore Medical College. Wishing him and his family best of health and prosperity in the years to come. Thanking you, sir.
Jai Shri Gurudev, good morning, and pranams to all of you who have been supporting the cause of Mysore Medical College for the last 100 years. Thank you all. I'll be remiss if I don't remember some of the names which I forgot yesterday. Excuse me for my old age. The first one is Dr. Chandrasekhara. He has been Elemare Kai in Theltivala. He's been a great support for the last 25 years in building up Mysore Medical College Alumni Association, and he has always stayed back. He has never come forward. Many more are there, Dr. C.D. Srinivas Murthy, Dr. Lakshmi Narayan, Dr. C.G. Narasimhan, we popularly call him as CGN, and I keep pulling his leg whenever I get a chance. So many of them have helped us. Thank you all, sir. And my pranams to the organizing committee which has given this opportunity to stand in front of you and speak for at least about 25 minutes. Hopefully, I will not go beyond that. But let me tell you my disclosure. My speech is not about evidence-based medicine. Neither is it about what is my eminence-based life that I have had. It is just a musing or probably the so-called wisdom that I have garnered in the last 38 years as a practicing diabetologist. I hope you like it. If you don't like it, just smile. How do I say? It is in two components. The first one is lifespan and health span. What is the connect or the bridge? The second one is the role of healthcare professionals. I'll try to talk to you people about what I have understood and what I have felt in the last 38, 40 years. Doesn't move? The slides are not moving. Appa, nidra hoditidira. Slides are not moving. They have put money here. It's for me. ಏನಿದು not moving. Okay. I dedicate this speech and my life to my parents, Dr. K. Ankegowda and Dr. Uma Devi. First slide is to make you all wake up. I'm sure you had a hearty meal, venne masala from Davangere. I'm sure half of you are already sleepy. To make you wake up, I put this slide. Can you look at this slide? I hope it is visible. You can see the matriarch of the family reached the heavenly abode, and all of them are, what are they doing? They're smiling. They're smiling. Can anybody tell me why? Relief. Appa, 95 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ತಲೆ ತಿಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಹೋದ್ಲಪ್ಪ ಅಯ್ಯೋಯ್ಯೋ ಸದ್ಯ ಎಂಥ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಸಾವು ಸಿಕ್ತಪ್ಪ. Can you imagine that smile, which is the concept that I wanted to talk to you about? I didn't understand this slide because a lot of feelings went through me, but at the end of the day, the elderly people of the family, if you can see on the extremes, they are still very serious and they are not smiling, and the young people are smiling. I hope you get the idea. Let's go further. I just depicted in a pictorial form what is the definition of health or whatever it is, but deliberately at the center I have put self. Let's forget about health. What is self? Emotional self, physical self, social self, environmental self, spiritual and mental self. We have to look inwards now to have health or whatever we are calling about. So I have taken out deliberately the health part of it in the center and put it as self. And this is the concept of the health today. WHO has defined, I am not going to bore you, but 3 components or 3 factors that decide what is bio-psycho-social model of health and disease. We'll conveniently forget the disease part. We'll talk about health part. Social, psychological and social factors, there are so many. I'm sure everyone who are today very responsible citizens, doctors or husbands and wives, fathers, they know all this story. But the issue is we have to put them in a single basket, psychological, social and biological factors. Only then we can talk about what is going to happen. And I am going to base my, how do I say, the study, speech or whatever it is, on this one groundbreaking work that happened. Global burden of disease, 607 billion, that was 2-3 years ago. All the story, evidence-based medicine. Youngsters who are all worried about evidence-based, you can have this. But what really happened was, the succinct summary of this study was, life expectancy is expected to rise by about 5 years for men and about 4 years for women by 2050. But at 2010, 2020, women had a higher life expectancy than men. It was 72 for women and 69 for men. It's going to change. All men, put your collars up. The study indicated that people will likely spend more years in poor health, suffering from cardiovascular disease, cancer, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, and diabetes. And you can add on asthma and other things. We are more likely we are going to live longer. More likely we will not be healthy enough. We will have to suffer through this so-called lifespan and go further. That is a fantastic study that has happened, global burden of disease. Experts stressed the importance of preventive measures, including healthy eating, regular exercise, managing hypertension, diabetes, etc., etc., etc. I did not put this deliberately because I wanted you to listen to me. Pathology, pathophysiology, you all remember, right? For the last 600 years, so-called allopathy and modern medicine started looking at why human beings get disease, pathology, pathogenesis, pathobiology. But Ayurveda had looked at in a different manner, which an American psychologist, I forget his name, called it as not pathology, he called it as a different concept from Ayurveda, which said ahara, vihara, vichara. We call it as lifestyle today, right? Why, in spite of a disease-forming environment, why are we healthy? What a fantastic concept. Why are we becoming diseased? That was the unfortunate focus of modern medicine. But ancient medicine said, in spite of disease-forming environment, bad water, bad air, bad, etc., many of us are still healthy. That is the first step that happened towards health span and lifespan or whatever you're talking about. This is the paradigm shift. I'm going to speak to you for another 10-15 minutes. Lifespan towards health span. Lifespan is the total number of years we live. Health span is how many of these years that we live, we are healthy. This is it. Today, as we sit here, of course, today it's a little bit different. 63 years is health span. 79 years is lifespan. So what's going to happen to that 16 years? At the age of 65, heart attack. 67, kidney failure. 68, kidney transplant. 70, heart transplant. 75, 79, everybody is waiting for you to die, the first slide. So the 16 years of so-called health that we have to preserve, if at all we want to increase lifespan. But unfortunately, we were like horses with lateral blinds. We only looked at how to improve lifespan. When our country, great country, got independence, lifespan was 40 years. Most of us would be dead by an infectious disease. Next 50 years, what happened? We prevented infectious disease deaths. What happened? Non-communicable diseases started becoming more and more apparent. There was no clear answer. What happened? Kidney started failing, heart started failing, brain started failing, everything started failing. This is the story that happened, but we did not understand, we did not learn from our own folly that we should look at improving health span from then onwards. Now we are opening our eyes, the internal eyes, to this concept that we should increase health also. So the key points I would like to tell you now is why health span matters. Why not just lifespan, whatever it is I live. In future, the general AI and super AI will take care of our existence. No chance. Medical advancement has enabled people to live longer, often with chronic conditions. The concept of health span is to reduce morbidity, not just mortality. Enhance well-being. You should feel all right at the age of 70. I'm not yet there, so I'm feeling all right. And promote independence. The people who have reached the age of 75 should be independent enough to take care of themselves or himself or herself instead of asking somebody to take care of them. This is the key points of health span that we have to look at. And some differences, the health span and lifespan comparison I have given. Total years we live, lifespan. Years of living that we are healthy enough and take care of ourselves without any help is health span. Measurement, number of years, years of good health. Objective, increase lifespan by preventing death, but extend healthy years by minimizing disease and disability. Intervention, medical treatment, etc. But what is really important in these three? Lifespan is increased not by lifestyle. It is increased by all the gadgets and all the drugs and all the so-called exercises that you do. But health span is increased only by lifestyle, which is those three concepts I told you from Ayurveda. This is the shift that we have to have. I hope I have made myself clear. It is time younger people start looking at their people, their wards, their patients, their neighbors, their countrymen towards a better, healthy living than just preventing so-called complications, secondary prevention, tertiary preventions and all that. That's the first concept. Now, I'll shift gears. You have heard of blue zones? Dan Buettner, who is not a doctor, he was a journalist from America. In fact, he was, surprised to know there are people in the world, there are places in the world where many, 50, 60, 70% of the population live beyond 100 years. They're all centurions, like our alma mater. So he went around and he called it as blue zones. And you can Google and you can get it, Dan Buettner. He has started a blue zone society and etc. And where are these blue zones? When he did his work, he had identified 5 places in the world. That is Loma Linda in California, Nicoya, Costa Rica, Sardinia, Italy, Icaria in Greece, and Okinawa in Japan. Blue zones, the geographic area where they live longer. I'll just give you a small concepts of these fine things. Icaria, Greece, an island where people eat a Mediterranean diet rich in olive oil, red wine, and homegrown vegetables. Basis of why they are living longer. Ogliastra, I am sorry I can't pronounce these words really. Ogliastra, I think, Sardinia, Italy. Home to some of the oldest men in the world today. If at all you want to live longer than 120 years, go to Sardinia. They live in mountainous region where they typically work on farms and drink a lot of red wine. I'm not telling you out of my experience. It is what Dan Buettner, with his extensive work, has come out with. Okinawa, Japan, you all know, is the home to the oldest women in the world. Sardinia, oldest men, oldest women, women folk go to Okinawa, men folk go to Sardinia, start drinking a lot of wine. I don't know what happens. Who eat a lot of soy-based foods, that is fermented soy, and practice Tai Chi, a meditative form of exercise. I'm sure you have seen. It's a very slow motion movement the old people do in most of the movies. In Nicoya Peninsula in Costa Rica, the Nicoyan diet is based around beans and corn tortillas. I hope I have pronounced it right, American friends. Corn tortillas. What do we say? Diabetics, carbohydrates, cut. But these people still eat a lot of carbohydrates. People of this area regularly perform physical jobs into old age and have a sense of life purpose known as plan the vida, life plan or scheme of life. So they don't want to look at what I'm going to make at the age of 50 when I'm 25. When they're 30 or 40, they want to look at what they're going to be at the age of 100. Plan the vida. The Seventh-day Adventists of Loma Linda, California, they are a very religious group of people. They are strict vegetarians and live in tight-knit communities. These are the concepts, the summary he has given, and they are the blue zones. And I was given to understand there are two more blue zones in the formation in the offing. The one is in Singapore, the other one I've forgotten. Now, having known that, health span, can we increase? There is a template in 5 places in the world. I have already mentioned about that. So if we can take cue from these places and look into our own life of lifestyle management, of diet, exercise and thinking, probably we can increase health span along with lifespan. Now, what is the role of health care professionals? Fortunately, I don't have a big mustache. Otherwise, I would say, oh, I've treated a lot of diabetics and many of them are on good control. But God only knows what happened to those good control diabetics. Did they die? Did they have kidney failure and went to some other doctor? None of us go through it. We don't have a registry, at least here. America and other places, yes. So it's not just treating them with drugs. It's not just treating them with words. There is the quintessence of the role of healthcare professionals today, which I feel it is trust in patient-doctor relations. It's a bidirectional activity. Patient-doctor relations. What is the catch point there? Catch word? Trust. Patient trust in doctor. Doctor's trust in patient. That relation we have to build up. And there is a very seminal paper, Patient's Trust in Physicians, Many Theories, Few Measures and Little Data. We keep talking about it and we don't come up with that. Why this happened was, in the last 30 years, there has been a breakneck speed change in the technology which has made diagnosis very easy. At the same time, lot of additional diagnosis because of CT scans and etc. like that. And evidence shows that majority of the patients continue to trust physicians to act in their best interest. Please understand the words I have just mentioned. Rapid change in the healthcare system are feared by many of the patients, threatening them about the trust they repose in physicians. I'm sure every one of us know. The patient has no other choice but to come to you because there is a pain, abdomen, headache, and they are worried. Why? The doctor will prescribe 50,000 rupees of drugs, blah, 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 and all that. There is a concept called as catastrophic health consequences. Especially in a country like ours, we have to really open our eyes and see. Imagine a low income or a middle income group, only person, the husband or whoever it is, the only earning person in the family develops cancer or has a massive heart attack. Go to whatever hospital, the bill comes to beyond their life saving, and the patient is dead after 7 days or 10 days or 15 days. The family is on streets. They have no money, they have no economical challenge that they can face. Catastrophic health consequences. We have to take care. But with the same breath, I'm telling you, majority of patients still have the hope of trust in us. So we have to change our attitude and go further. And there are evidence-based medicine, last benchers. Trusting relationship. Trust me, I am a doctor, you are a doctor. 30 years ago, 50 years ago, this is what we used to tell, and there was a lot of trust from the patient's side, the attender's side to us, the family physician concept. We were an extended family to most of our patients. But this relationship today is very paternalistic and can be summed up in the phrase, doctor knows the best. Many times with Google University and all those universities, the patient and doctors are meddlers in the middle. Doctor also doesn't know much about it. Patient thinks he or she knows more about it, and both of them get together and they start meddling with the life of a patient. This is the key foundational, trust rather, is the key foundational element in any relationship, including physician-patient relationship. 80% of patients have not been truthful to their doctors at some point during their visit. Why? I put it and I had forgotten about it. Let me repeat it. 80% of patients have not been truthful with their doctors at some points during their visit. Trust me, believe me. My patient comes and says, "Sir, you ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂತ." He will be drinking. Yesterday, Dr. Shivaram from Mysore, he was talking about 10 rupee juices. All those funny things they'll be doing, and they come and complain that the tablets we gave, the drugs we gave are giving problems to them and not the other things. They have not been truthful to us. So we have to tell them, be truthful to us and go further. Trust principle. I've just put it for youngsters. Elderly people, my seniors, need not worry about it. We have gone through the life for that. T for top level commitment. We have to be commitment. We have to be committed, not doctor alone, the patient also, about their life. Risk assessment. We have to assess it properly. Balu spoke so nicely about how risk assessment is done. And undertake control measures. What is this control measure? Not just controlling blood sugar as a diabetologist, but control measure to prevent heart attack in the next 5 years, kidney failure, 5 to 10 years, etc. like that. Systematic review, monitoring and enforcement. Do we do that? Unfortunately, blood sugar is 300, take 2 tablets. Blood sugar is 120, take 1 tablet. Blood sugar is 70, eat 2 more bananas. Blood sugar is 400, don't eat. That is not a systematic review I am talking about. And lastly, training and communication. Training not only for the healthcare professional, also for the attendants of the patient. And this is a very important slide if you ask me. I decide for you, the so-called doctor's attitude. I decide for you, paternalistic module. In addition, I tell you my preferences is a deliberative module taking care of our medico-legal activity. I give you facts and help you to find your preferences. Is a little bit more interpretative model. I'm sure many of us are doing it. These are the things that has come to my notice from your investigations and your history. This is how I would like to help you. Are you ready for it? Interpretative. But most important is I give you facts. But this cannot happen in India because majority of patients are still illiterates, not able to understand what it is. Though they are wise enough, they are intelligent enough, they are illiterates. So I would say interpretative model would be good for India. For other parts of the world, informative model. So can we work on that? I leave it to the august body. How do you build competent trust, competent components of building a trust in physicians? I've just put it in 4 components. You should be competent enough, professionally competent. You are dependable. 3 months I am not available like me. 4th month, 15 days. 6th month, I'm out again. Honesty, sincerity, and considerate. 4 pillars to build trust in yourself and in your patient is these 4. And deliberately I have missed 2. Can anybody tell me, please? Those who are not sleeping. 2 things which are very, very important, the denominator for building trust in the community: communication, compassion, and empathy. I put it here. I hope I put it here. Compassion and empathy. very, very important substrates to become a trustworthy doctor. But let me tell you about empathy. Empathy, by definition, is when I have gone through a problem and I see somebody else having that problem, we know the gravity. But should we have a heart attack to know the problem of a heart attack? So what is this empathy when it comes to doctors we are talking about? It's called as clinical empathy. This is called as competence. We know what heart attack can do. We know what a stroke can do. We know what kidney failure can do. So when we understand it in a very competent manner, we become clinically empathetic. That's what we have to build upon. Finally, I came across this slide about 4 days ago. I put it here. When I was young, a child telling her pet. A child telling her pet. When I was young, I used to admire intelligent people. As I grow, I admire kind people. So it's not enough to be intelligent. You should be kind enough. So when what patients expect you from his or her doctor is kindness and not just intelligence. So that is the final thing I can offer. Key points are there. Let me not bore you. Patient-doctor trust is built on these foundational activities of a doctor and also the patient. And lastly, there is a Tibetan proverb which fits in down pat to what I just spoke. The secret to living well and longer is eat half, walk double, laugh triple, and love without measure. That's what I've been doing. Thank you. Good morning. Jai Shri Gurudev.
Thank you very much, sir. That was outstanding and captivating presentation. I request speaker to honor the chairpersons. Shekhar sir, please. I sincerely apologize for the technical glitches. The LED screen was showing a little bit of glitches in between. Sorry for that.
To the increasingly concentrating on life expectancy and how to avoid mortality. But fortunately, many of the people are looking at quality of life and trying to make individuals not only live longer, but to extend their health span. So this is a concept that is growing. As he showed you in 2017, a very nice review that was published, and he has been expanding on it. And it is very, very important for us to tailor those things to each individual community and each individual patient. It's not a blanket recommendation that we can make. So I'm very glad that he's bringing this up so that every one of us can try to read more about it, learn more about it. And it is a skill. It is something that you have to learn, and also it is something that you have to practice. Like most of medicine, without practice, nothing will happen. Thank you, Shekhar, for such an excellent presentation.
I mean, as usual, sir speaks on these topics in a very non-conventional manner. He gives you insight about issues which probably most of us would not think too much about. As sir rightly said, that as doctors, we just look at a patient as somebody who has a disease process, and we just want to rectify that disease process. I'm an endocrinologist, so I look at numbers. Your sugars are high, your TSH is high, your cortisol is low, and that's what happens for most of us. So I think probably what sir said is really true, that we have to look beyond numbers, we have to empathize with the patient, and that's what makes us a real great doctor. Thank you, sir. Thanks for that excellent presentation, sir.
from Mysore. He has done MBBS in 1968 and MD from Mysore University in 1976. He is a graduate diplomat in diabetes care in Newcastle University, Australia in 2003. He honored with Doctor of Letters from Coimbatore University in 2016. And he is a Karnataka Rajyotsava awardee in medicine in 2013. And he also received Shrestha Vaidya Sahitya Kruti Award in 2013. And Dr. B.R. Ambedkar National Awardee in 2017. Is a member of National Curriculum Framework, Ministry of Education, Government of India, and he has done a lot of research work as well. And he's authored many Kannada books, the Madhumeha, Dashavyadhigala Moola, Manukulada Agochara Shatru Madhumeha, Diabetes, the India's invisible enemy, the world's invisible enemy, the diabetes. So these are all these credentials. I welcome you, sir. I also welcome Dr. Lakshmagada sir. He is a professor, former professor, Mysore Medical College. The former professor, medicine, MMCR, Mysore, senior consultant physician, Aishwarya Hospital, Mysore, and he belongs to 1981 batch, and he is an invited faculty at various conferences, CMEs, and he has delivered a lot of guest lectures, and he served as a chairman and secretary of API Mysore. During his tenure as a chairman, he introduced the program of conducting the quiz for the PUC student, which is an innovative way to educate about the health for the school-going or college-going students. He is the pioneer in initiating national level conference, the Vegas. We recently conducted. It was a very successful program, appreciated all over the country. Thank you, sir. Thank you for chairing the oration. Now, Now I invite Dr. Prashant Patel, my close friend, who is a director, CSI University Hospitals of Leicester, NHS Trust, UK. He is also honorary associate professor, cardiovascular sciences, University of Leicester, UK. And he has received the National Impact Award, Department of Health and Government of United Kingdom in 2022. He has done a lot of research activities, and he has almost more than 100 articles to his credit, and he has a maximum citation. He has multiple original articles accompanied with complementary editorials and also have won many international prizes. He is an invited faculty at various conferences, CMEs and universities. I request Shekhar sir and Chandrasekhar Shetty sir to honor the orator along with the chairperson. Dr. Prashant Patel BS is a consultant metabolic physician, co-director, National Center for Adherence Testing, UK. He is a son of gentleman Mr. Shivarudrappa BS, a retired senior bank manager, SBM Mysuru, and Srimati Neelambika KN, Madam. Because of their parents' unwavering support and strength and dedication, the son could reach the newer heights. He has received as I already mentioned, the National Reputed Award. He is one of the 7 clinical directors of 4th largest NHS trust in the UK with 1.4 billion pounds and over 18,000 staff. He has made a significant contribution during the COVID crisis at UK and was commended by national NHS leaders, and he has obtained the grants worth 1 million pounds. He is an advisory committee member, International Society of Hypertension, Midlands Bone Interest Group. He has been referenced in the European Society of Cardiology 2018 hypertension guidelines, and really his contribution has changed the practice of managing hypertension globally. He has chaired a session at Columbia in South America 48 hours back and at the International Society of Hypertension, and returned back home to come to his alma mater which shows his greater commitment to his alma mater. In recognition of his outstanding contribution towards the patient care, admiration, research, achievement in the field of metabolic medicine, MAA has great pleasure in felicitating and delivering the Centenary Oration Award to Dr. Prashant Patel BS on this Saturday, the 28th September 2024. This is to highlight his selfless support towards his alma mater and for being a proud alumnus of Mysore Medical College and Research Institute, Mysuru. Wishing him and his family best of health and prosperity in the years to come. Thanking you. Now I request the chairpersons to conduct the proceedings.
Respected delegates, good morning to all of you. We have an youngest speaker and who has academically been a very excellent person. The various subject that he has chosen for today's topic, my accidental journey to academia. It's a very interesting subject. I just do not want to say that Dr. Prashant Patel is going to speak about this topic. I just want to say a few historical background about this. And person, Dr. Lakshmi Gowda, will sum up the talk. Dear delegates, academia at present is essentially an English word, all right? But this word is borrowed from Latin. And the Latin borrowed also from Greek. It was near Athens city where there was a grove of trees. At this point, at this place, the original person called Plato, all of you know Plato. He started teaching. So academia is a place where a teacher teaches students, educates the public, and give knowledge to the society. So here is our Dr. Prashant, who has accidentally reached this academia. And he is going to talk us all about the journey and all about the academia where he is working. From what I understand from him is, he has been working for metabolic diseases. I can say today, out of my experience also, metabolic medicine is the mother of all diseases in the world. It is the mother of all diseases in the world.
In England rightly said, ನೀವು 48 ಅವರ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಎರಡು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತೀರಾ, ಸೊ ವೈ ಆರ್ ಯು ಈವನ್ ಸೆಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಯುವರ್ CV ಅಂತ. ದೆನ್ ಐ ವಾಸ್ ಸೋ ಕಾನ್ಫಿಡೆಂಟ್ ದಟ್ ಐ ವೋಂಟ್ ಬಿ ಹಿಯರ್ ಗಿವನ್ ದ ಎಮಿನೆನ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ಸ್. ಐ ಥಾಟ್ ನಾನು ಯಾಕೆ ಕರೀತಾರೆ ಬಿಡೆ, ತಲೆ ಕೆಡ್ಸ್ಕೊಂಬೇಡ, ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂತ. ಬಟ್ ಎನಿವೇ, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ವೆನ್ ದಿನೇಶ್ ಸರ್ ಕಾಲ್ ಮೀ 2 weeks ago, ಪ್ರಶಾಂತ್ ನೀವು ಬರಬೇಕಂತ, ದೆನ್ ಐ ಸರ್ ಓ ಮೈ ಗಾಡ್, ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ಲಪ್ಪ ನಾನು. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದೆನ್ ಟು ಮೇಕ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ವರ್ಸ್, I have to speak after Subramanian sir and Shekhar sir. So anyway, thank you very much for me giving me this honor. So this is where I work for last 22 years, and I live Leicester, a place in England, and that's my hospital. It's called Leicester Hospitals. It's a big hospital with around 3,000 beds, 18,000 staff. I'm one of the directors, as Niranjan said. Was quite generous in my introduction. This is all about this patient. I think we heard about the health span and how, as a doctor, we start from the point of, ignorance from Subramaniam sir and Shekhar sir respectively. This is that story. This is a story of my ignorance. This is a story of my incompetence to start with. I had a patient many years ago when I was just finishing off my clinical training and I was doing my research. 58-year-old lady who came with blood pressure, being managed for 18 years in the primary care and secondary care. So I used to run a tertiary clinic, and she had a history of angina and mini stroke, and she was on all the huge cocktail of drugs we provide, all the systems. I think there was a risk that she may have another stroke, and that is what the journey started, really. I had a chat with the patient for nearly 15-20 minutes. I couldn't get the gist of it. How can a 45-kilogram lady, when you've blocked all those pathways, can still have a blood pressure of nearly 200? Obviously, as a tertiary university hospital, I did all those things which needed to be done, complex, expensive MRIs, MRAs, big blood tests, and so on. At that time, the working diagnosis was either likely a refractory hypertension. Again, I don't want to bore you all with the definitions. There is a resistant hypertension when people are taking more than 3 drugs, including the diuretics. And there is a refractory hypertension when patients are taking 5 drugs and their blood pressure is still not controlled. That was a working diagnosis. It's rare. Refractory hypertension happens in 1% of the population. But if you think about it, more than 1 billion people have hypertension in the world, and 1% of 1 billion is quite a lot. So, but then in the conversation, Shekhar sir was saying about how it is important to be holistic medicine, not to be paternalistic. But in the consultation with that little lady, I just couldn't convince myself that she's actually taking the medication. But then she's been seeing many doctors, GPs, secondary care physicians for the last 18 years, and I thought, I'm not the only clever person who actually think that is not happening. So I started reading about what is adherence and what is non-adherence to the prescribed medications. And the definition of adherence is to the extent to which the patient's history of therapeutic drug coincides with the prescribed treatment. And what is non-adherence? If it doesn't coincide, that is non-adherence. At the time, again, I looked at the literature of how much is it really costing, It still costs around more than $200 billion to the world health economy annually. And you can imagine how much we can achieve if you have that kind of money back. Forget money for a moment. It also causes treatment escalations, as in this patient, and poorer outcomes. And this is the forest plot of a Karishma study. As you can see here, if I can draw attention at the top, there is, if they don't take those medications properly, there is a hazard ratio of 4.3 times. So it's not just about money, it is about mortality, bad outcomes as well. I then started looking at the literature. How common has this been? And if you look at 400 BC, Hippocrates said at the time, keep a watch on the faults of the patients, which often makes them lie about taking of things prescribed. Of course, probably in 400 BC, medicine was much more paternalistic, and hopefully we are going to a different place now. It is now the problem of not just as a fault of a patient, but also a healthcare professional. I think we need to own up those conversations to inspire people to take those medications regularly. But medicines have improved, but then still the problem is still there. In the last 50 years, at least in my metabolic medicine or a cardiovascular disease field, there are more than 50 medications have been discovered, invented, but yet the outcomes has not been the same as we want it to be. And that is a problem. As Everett Koop, US Surgeon General, said, drugs don't work in patients who don't take them, or who don't take them regularly, rather. Then I did look at the extent of problem, and I thought it's probably a problem with the high-income countries. And you can see there is definitely a problem with the high-income countries where drugs are given for them for free of cost, and you can see the non-adherence is around 70 to 80%. but it is also common in the upper and lower income countries as well, for different reasons. And I'll tell you about how I started to explore my ignorance about that. But then I thought, well, how do we address this? There must be international guidelines. It's been known to humanity for more than 2,500 years, and it's expensive, and it's actually causes poor health outcomes. People die. There must be surely international guidelines or a consensus. Obviously, as Shekhar sir was saying, it's all evidence-based practice, so I have to do if there isn't guidance, otherwise I can't do it. I looked at it, and surprisingly, there were none. And the reason there were no international guidelines is because the methods to assess non-adherence were not there. They were quite subjective, they were quite inaccurate. The common ones we have is physician perception. How many times do we get it right with our perception? 50%. That means 50% of the time we get it wrong. That is no better than flipping a coin. So hence, it can't be evidence-based guidelines based on this technique. People have used, at least in Western countries, about how many patients are picking up the prescription, like an indirect measure way of assessing their adherence. But of course, just because somebody picks up the prescription doesn't mean they're actually taking the medication. So it's a very indirect, inaccurate way. And then people try to develop much more invasive way of doing it. For example, here, they actually embed a pill with the sensors, and there are detectors in the mobile phones, and to see every time you take the medication, it gets ingested, and it will show you if it's actually taken it. Well, that is taking it a bit too far. One is expensive, one is invasive, and then how can you reproduce it? Cardiovascular diseases, 2 billion, 3 billion people have those problems. How can you reproduce this? It's very expensive. They then came out with this very, very indirect way of looking at electronic medication container. Every time you open the bottle, it thinks that you're taking the medication. Of course, we know they're not the same. And one thing which we have been using very successfully in India is the DOPS, directly observed therapy. It works very well with tuberculosis, as you all know. But for hypertension, it's a bit risky because I think that's what I thought. I'll admit this patient. Obviously, I was in a busy tertiary hypertension care clinic. If I admit this patient, a house officer will go and write all those medications this patient is allegedly on or should be taking. And the next thing is nurse will come and give it. The next thing we see is patient collapses. And I had seen 2 other cases before in my practice. So I was a bit worried about this. So again, I did tell you about the problems of why these not come into the guidelines, because there was no specific, direct, objective method. As I said, I was working for somebody called Professor Brian Williams. He was a big man. He is still he's the president of International Society of Hypertension. So I called him. I said, I don't feel confident of admitting this patient. She may collapse. And he was in China. And he said, Prash, I've seen this patient for the last 10 years. This is truly refractory hypertension, Prash. Trust me, do it. Okay. And I said, I couldn't convince him with my technique of consultation with the patient that she may not be actually taking the medication. So I came back to the lab. I was doing my research on hyperlipidemia. Lipoprotein little is my research. I had learned a scientific method of measuring those, and by using a machine called, liquid chromatography mass spectrometry. So, from being a doctor, I had become a scientist for some time. And my colleague Pankaj Gupta and I sat down and said, oh, this patient will probably collapse. I'm going to admit this patient. And then we said, hang on a minute. We are measuring these complex medications and techniques and molecules. Why can't we just measure these medications? We did have the samples after the consent with the patient. For urine microscopic microalbuminuria, we had a blood tests for a routine blood test. So why can't we try and develop a method for this? I said, well, let's try it. So next 2-3 weeks after finishing my clinic, I started going out in the lab, started reading about it. There are textbooks of developing this. I had learned about it anyway from my other research. And finally, I thought, with the help of one of the scientists, I thought I did discover the measuring the drugs in that sample. But I don't know at this stage. It's, as I said, as Subramanian said, it's actually at the moment I'm very, very incompetent and very, very vulnerable. I didn't know what I was doing. But then I called my professor and said, Brian, I think I have developed the method for 5 drugs. We should check it out. And he said, Prash, I won't let you do this until you prove it in my urine. Okay, and he was taking some antihypertensives, he said. Then I thought, well, all my hard work will go in vain if it fails. So then I decided to take medications myself. I was not hypertensive at that point, and measured it in my blood and urine. And fortunately, the signals were there. It detected it. And then I tested my professor's urine. Again, he was convinced about it. I still get told off my wife that, why have you take all those medications when you shouldn't be taking medications? So thankfully, I didn't collapse. Then what happened? This is the patient sample. As I did suspect, none of them were present in the blood or urine. You don't get the opportunity to say, I told you so, for your professor, do you, normally? So, well, that was my moment, and I told you so. I then had a frank conversation with the patient, and there is something which I begin to explore my, again, ignorance. There is something which happens with the patient when you actually show them the trace, when you show them the results. Look, because if you don't take these medications regularly and every single day, it is not in the system, and if it is not in the system, it doesn't reduce the blood pressure. And then you'll end up stroking. That is what you're worried about. And there is something, rather than just telling about patients, take the medications regularly, it's all about spending time with them. It allowed me to spend my time with them. And I did show the results. Further follow-up, there were some other psychological issues which I was able to address it, which only came out, which did not come out for 18 years with other physicians. It only came out because of this test, which was interesting. Blood pressure came down. We followed it up through with this technique. It was positive. Followed for a year, and she was fine, and I subsequently discharged the patient. So I really thought that there are not many time in your life where you actually use your science to solve a problem which was there for 18 years. I really thought, oh, it's a good one, really. But then I was still doing this complex diabetes, complex hypertension, complex lipid patients. So I thought we should replicate this. And I was just putting for my junior colleagues here, what are the resources you need to replicate? Luck, good team, science for sure, but most importantly, don't tell your boss. So, because it costs money, and I was working between 5 to 10 after finish my clinic every single day, and I had a professor from Zimbabwe. He said to me, what are you doing, my boy? And I just pretend I'm just working on my research on lipids, basically. And then for 6 months, I used to work from 5 to 12 every single day. My family was elsewhere. And then quietly developed 30 drugs. And then, by then I had become a consultant, so I had my own patients. So I had 200 patients who I thought were actually, they're not really refractory patients. So I kind of started checking on them after consent. And then, ultimately what I want to say here is, I think yesterday, the people were talking about how science and importance of science. I believe what I did was purely to do with the deep knowledge of science. There were positive mode, negative mode, half-life, volume of distribution. Again, I won't bore you with it. I think as doctors, in all of us, all scientists may not be doctors, but all of us here, doctors, are definitely scientists. We just have to awaken those moments. And it happened to me, and I'm very grateful for those moments. And the results are, I don't want, this, if you look at the last, second column, all patients, 208 patients, and the last row, non-adherents, 52 patients were not taking them, i.e. 25% of the patients, so-called refractory resistant hypertension, were actually not taking any of the medications. And I thought, well, this is worth writing it up. I wrote it up, and I did not have any idea that, Heart, which is the BMJ group of publications, will take up this application. They wrote a complimentary editorial, and eventually it became a best paper in 2014. Well, I never thought of any of those things. As Dr. Niranjan said, they have cited me nearly 2,000 times in the world, but this one paper became a seminal paper and was cited nearly 500 times, which was, thank you. But I would have written this paper with a bit more care and time had I known this. But anyway, I didn't at the time. And also then what happened, I don't know if you remember in those days, a decade ago, renal sympathetic denervation became a big deal, basically burning the sympathetic nerves around the kidneys as a hypertension treatment. People thought it was one-stop shop for blood pressure. They don't have to take medication. They just have those things burnt. But it was invasive, expensive, more importantly, irreversible. So at the time, there was no pathways. So I was in charge of, selecting those patients for this renal denervation. And then I deployed this particular pathway, this particular test in that pathway. And unsurprisingly, I found nearly 24% of the patients were actually non-adherents. Remember, these patients have gone through the system for the last 20 years as complex resistant hypertension. But then the conversation was a simple conversation about taking the medications regularly. And they have spent millions of pounds already on this. So, and then I published that paper in Journal of Human Hypertension. There is reference here, the red, for any member of colleagues, junior colleagues especially, if you want to read about it. And more importantly, yesterday, Dr. Shetty was saying that it's not the publications you do, it's the impact it had. So I was very flattered by the impact it had, because FDA by then quoted my paper and said that, before this the renal denervation is deployed, people should have this test done in any part of the world. And suddenly, my government hospital, which I was then a director for, started getting the samples from all over the world, Spain, Canada, you name it. And I remember the conversation with the chief executive saying that, what have you done? We have made some money, Prash. That was a side effect anyway. So, and then because I had all these samples from all over the world, then I thought, well, I might as well create some evidence now. I'm still not a hardcore academic. I still had as a director, I had a day job to do. I started doing on my spare time. So started collecting all the samples and let me create a phenotype of the patients who are risk for having non-adherence. And that was not there because the methods were inaccurate. So if you can see here on the left side, younger patients tend to not take medications. So I'm sure you're quite aware of this in your clinical practices, but I just only proved it. Women don't tend to take medications, at least in that cohort. This cohort was from all the Western countries who were sending the samples. And the most important one is, if you look at the right side there, if you prescribe more than 6 medications, nearly 80% of them don't take the medications. And that was really interesting. I mean, West always had this a concept of treating polypill as villain. We have done very well in India with that regard. But at the time, even I was taught 20 years ago, prescribe one medication at a time, because if you combine them, they will have a side effect. You don't know which they had a side effects for. So they never prepared any polypills. But this paper started changing the narrative, because if you prescribe them 6 tablets, chances of them they don't take any, So polypills started to have this conversation. And then people like Salim Yusuf is a professor in Canada. He started using my paper to, push the industries to make a polypill. And that's how the polypill got, restarted in Western world. And it is a guidelines as well now, which I was very happy. Well, now it has done well so far. Then what? So by then I started accumulating all these patients and the tests we have been doing. Then I started to know what I don't know. There was a complex conversion needed to happen because why they're not taking medications. It's quite complex. And I thought it should be so simple, but it wasn't. So then I started collaborating with health psychologists because I realized that it is not my cup of tea anymore. We kind of we structured this discussion, behavioral therapy discussion. I mean, essentially, this is what you do in all your life. It just got patented because somehow Western world thought that we should be doing in a structured way. I mean, if you look at it, you discuss, I discussed those results with the patients, said that absence of trace means that absence of medications, which means that there's nothing in the system to reduce your blood pressure. And then they started opening up the causes, which is explore. It could be forgetfulness, too many drugs, side effects, cause, typical belief around medications that doesn't work. Then we started looking at the actions. What can we do with based on the explorations? Simplify the drug regime, offer dosette box for people who are forgetting, offer pill combination, which was started by then, reduce the cost by speaking to the pharmacist. Home-based blood pressure was not still common at the time. So, but then we started using home blood pressure in the clinics to show them the blood pressure is coming down. So, I mean, and that, well, I was doing this for clinical practice. Remember, this was not a funded study. It was all doing for clinical practice. And I thought, well, let me put my experiences into paper and started writing about it. And as expected, as you can see here, when the first appointment, the systolic blood pressure was 167.8 or nearly 168, diastolic blood pressure of 95. 4 drugs were prescribed, only 1 drug was detected. After using this test and the behavioral therapy, we found that blood pressure came down to 148 by 87 with less number of drugs. So, and I thought, well, our test is not just diagnostic anymore. It can be therapeutic if you use it in the right context. By then, even that got published in hypertension. So I then had 2 papers in hypertension. Hypertension, as you all know, is the highest impact factor in the field of hypertension. So it had a wide circulation. So it reached many parts of the world. And suddenly, some test which got invented a year ago, out of curiosity, led me to become a world's expert in cardiovascular disease in non-adherence field. So I was started getting invitation from various academics across the world to come and give talks, write articles, set up the methods, newspapers. I thought I'm just living the dream. And I wrote some review articles, but then the problem was still there. The hospital refused to patent. Of course, it's a government hospital. The commissioners refused to commission the test because I've still not proven health economics. Balasubramaniam sir was saying about if to get into the health policy, it's much more difficult than just creating evidence. So I needed a health economic analysis. By then, I had learned about science. I was a clinician. I was a scientist. I was doing dual job. And I thought I'll try and do the health economics as well. I started reading about health economics. Then I realized that I really don't have intelligence to do it. It was quite cerebral. So then I collaborated with Professor Van Schoonhoven from the Netherlands, and we published this paper in hypertension again. As you can see here, if you deploy this test and behavioral therapy, the actually cost goes down, improves the quality of life. In a population of 10,000 patients, it averts 500 heart attacks and nearly 300 strokes, and potentially can save 25 million in a Western economy. So for 10,000 patients. So we prove that it is also economical by doing this. And I had some provocative titles in the newspapers. As you can see, test can save NHS. I think it's rather flamboyant, but yeah, it was not that good. Trust me. And then. Yes, it all did all those things, but I still did not get grants. In the Western world, if you are already not big, you won't get big money. So that's how it is. So, it's 2 brown boys from Mysore. I don't know what they thought. So I didn't get many grants. So, but I was interested in this field, and I still wanted to explore it. So I then started talking to vice chancellors, deans, and then got a session to talk about to the postgraduate students, if you are interested in doing PhD, and I started building a whole army of PhD students. Of course, nobody would have wanted to work for me. I was not known. So they, with a small grant I had, I didn't have a big grant of £1 million at the time. I had small grants. I started paying them for fees and stipend for them. So it did work anyway. So we worked day and night for next 1 year. And then guess what? We actually developed the drugs for nearly 100 drugs in heart failure, diabetes, stroke, you name it. It was done. And government then invited me to create a world's first NCAT center, is non-adherence center for adherence testing in UK. So that was the first one, and government sponsored that. Finally, I got some funding, some recognition, and it took off. And then rest is history. This is my favorite paper on diabetes care. Again, a very renowned paper in the field of diabetes. And then I published in stroke for the TIA patient. I published for heart failure in European Heart Journal, again a very decent journal, and Kidney International for kidney disease. So in many of the clinical diseases which we are having non-adherence as a problem, which we deal with as a day-to-day, we published this. At the same time, I thought, as I said, as a scientist, I need to also explore the basic science as well. So I was doing the basic science experiment as well, and then improving the method, reducing the interference, and so on. As you can see, the first 2 papers were purely scientific papers, so I kind of did both of them. I think that led to some credibility. So the people started inviting me to write review articles, systemic reviews and meta-analysis, which I did, like any other researcher would do. But I was thinking, there is a story here. It starts from nothing, and you gradually build the scientific ground, build the scientific clinical ground, and doing the review articles and systemic review. So it was going in a right line, I thought. But it's been 7 years now, but still, I thought there was still unfinished business. Of course, I mean, I was writing textbooks, chapters in textbooks. I wrote Oxford textbook in nephrology as well as a chapter. I was called into the BBC, Sky TV. That all happened, optics happened, but never thought I could still make an impact because it was still not in guidelines. This is despite having more than 20 international collaborations, so international guidelines. People did not take it seriously. Maybe, I don't know if it's a brown color, but I don't know. But it didn't. By then, I had published more than 100 papers. Finally, a moment came. It made into the Europe in 2022. It made into the European Society of Cardiology, and then to International Society of Hypertension, and then to many country societies: South Korea, USA, UK, Spain, many countries. In fact, 2 days ago, I was in Colombia for signing a charter for the World Adherence Day. So basically, the governments of the world has been requested to create World Adherence Day on 27th of March every year. And I think that was for me, that was a big closure. From nothing in the lab, I thought it was a big closure. I am with Professor Brian Williams, who is the president of International Society of Hypertension there. So anyway, that's my story. And I think I believe if I can do it, anyone can. And I think I'm really humbled with the list of other orator awards here. And I think I really don't think I belong here. But I think you guys have given me this opportunity. But I think if I can tell, when I was talking to my friends who said that there are some junior doctors coming as well, doctors in training, you need to tell something as well. I think if I can say something to those, I've been very fortunate. It's not about publications, as Dr. Shetty said, it's about the output. Of course, during this process, I was also given a national award by UK government, which I am very thankful for. But what was important was the journey which taught me. It gave me a sense of purpose. It taught me to be curious. It taught me to collaborate with various groups of people across the world. And more importantly, I think it taught me to be compassionate. And Shekhar sir was mentioning about being compassionate, how important it is. I think it taught me to be compassionate, not with others, but myself too. And I think I'm lot more calmer than what I was before. And yes, as I said, compared to other people, it isn't a great journey. But you know what? It is my journey. I own it. As much as it is my journey, success is not mine. and far from it, if anything. I've got my parents here. It belongs to my parents, my grandparents, my wife and children, my in-laws, my sister, and my uncle and aunt. And more importantly, for some of the teachers, you are here. You taught me how to be curious, and I'm very, very grateful for you. Thank you very much for your time, and I'm really flattered for this opportunity. Thank you.
Congratulations, Dr. Prashant. It is truly a groundbreaking presentation. In fact, we are knowing that the non-adherence is the important reason to rule out the pseudo-hypertension, but we are not knowing that guidelines, that criteria came because of your paper. It is truly commendable. We congratulate you, and I request the chairpersons to give their remarks. As this is an oration, there are no audience questions.
First of all, I congratulate Prashant Patel for excellent talk. It is own hard work. How curious he was in 22 years of his journey in England. Okay, started with a mild, what he said, compassion and empathy towards the patient. Why the patient is not controlled? Simple question. He started his work. His world over is recognized now. His hard work, his sincerity, his knowledge, everything is counted here. Yesterday, when I met him, he was telling almost within 48 hours, I traveled 4 continents. So that tells you what is credibility of the Prashant. He's a real oration, his hard work, his honest, and his knowledge. And I congratulate Prashant Patel. Definitely needs standing oration for the Prashant Patel. Please give big hand to Prashant.
I request their parents and
finally,
relatives to come over the dais.
Once again, I thanks MAA academic cell, especially Savita Madam, Manjunath and Niranjan, for having given me the opportunity to chair this session. It's a wonderful session, and as well as according to my, along with once again, all the MAA associates, Dr. Say. Sir wanted to hand over his own written diabetes book to our...
That is Dr. Prashant Patel's father and mother. I also request my batchmates of 1996, those who are sitting over there, please come over the dais so that we can take a photo of our batch. I request the speaker to honor the chairpersons as well after this photograph.
Thank you, sir. You've been very generous. Very grateful. Thank you.
Last but not the least, to make it
So I want to inform the audience about one great thing which has happened in MMCRA. We have started a students' national conference called as Vegas. It was started by Lakshmi Gowda sir in the year 2019, and many undergraduate students from many states come and participate in this conference. Now it has become a signature conference of undergraduate medical education, and it is hosted by MMC every year. Can we acknowledge that? And Lakshmi Gowda sir is responsible for that. One. And most importantly, even after Sir's retirement, he is getting sponsorship of close to 3 lakh rupees for conducting that conference. This year also, last month, we conducted that conference and it was a great success. So we want to acknowledge and thank Lakshmi Gowda sir for making MMC proud.
I am very proud of him. I would request 1976 back to get ready. Sit, get ready. When they say yes, you come over to the dais. And I have a very important task to do, and I consider it a very, very, very big honor. I would request Dr. Meera Nathan to come over to the dais. Obviously, the team leader, Dr. Chandrasekhar Shetty, Dr. Chandrasekhara, Dr. CGN, Dr. I call him Sachi. He's talking very busily on his phone. Come over to the dais, please. He's our ex-Vice Chancellor of Rajiv Gandhi University, a good friend of mine. Madam, I deem it a very, very big honor to really honor you today on this great occasion of centenary celebrations. I'll just give a very brief introduction of this extraordinary lady. In the late half of the first decade of 21st century, somewhere in 2008, when I was sitting in the head of the department's chamber of endocrinology, a diminutive lady walked in and said, "Are you Dr. Shekhar?" I said, "Yes, madam. I am Dr. Nathan." I thought she is an American, but she said, "I'm very much a Mysorean." And she sat down and said, "I've come here with a very, very singular purpose of helping our alma mater." I went around the college and saw anatomy hall, which is really very, very, very dilapidated. Then I told her, what should we do, madam? She said, "I will take over and I'll renovate anatomy hall." And she did it at the time single-handedly. Single-handedly. Since then, she has been helping out the students, the so-called economically challenged students of Mysore, and also in USA for the last 14 years. 14 ವರ್ಷ ವನವಾಸ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಇಲ್ಲ, 14 ವರ್ಷ ಬಹಳ ಆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. She is a pediatric cardiologist from New Jersey, USA. I present to you Dr. Meera Nathan.
I am really delighted to introduce some of the achievers to this August body. So I request all the felicities to...
Before you start 1976 batch,
ಅವ್ರ ಮುಂದೆ ಬಂದು ಕೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ನೀವು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. I request all the doctors to come forward and sit. Dr. K.M. Annaji, Dr. Usha Vasan, Dr. Vidyavati, Dr. K.P. Srinivasamurthy, Dr. Kumar Nayak, Dr. Narasimham Achar, Dr. Sridhar, Dr. Sita Ram M.R., Dr. Shivaswamy B.S., Dr. Natesh Rao Y., Dr. K.G. Jaydevappa, Dr. Girish K.N., Dr. Ravish, Dr. Prasanna Raju, Dr. Prashant, Dr. Shobha S. Krishnan, Dr. B.R. Nagaraj, Dr. R. Prashant, Dr. Nanda Kishore Alwa, Dr. B.G. Tilak, Dr. Muhammad Gau Sharif, Dr. Sandeep Ishwarappa, Dr. Om Kumar TH, Dr. S.M. Raju Memorial Trust. In behalf of that, Dr. Kumar KS, UKMMC, Dr. Narasimha Achar, KSMDA, Dr. Lokesh, MMC Ghana, Dr. Sri Prakash Mokshagundam. Please, I request all of these doctors to come forward and sit in front. First, Annaji ಅವತ್ತಂದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇರಲಿ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಕರೀತೇನೆ ಇನ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಈಗಲೇ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಇದು. ನಮ್ಮ ಬ್ಯಾಗ್ ಕರೆಯೋಣ. I request Dr. Annaji, K.M. Annaji, please. Oh, yes, not come. Then Dr. Usha Vashan, please. Dr. Usha Vashan. She has not come. Dr. Vidyavati. Dr. Vidyavati, please. Bandira. Dr. Vidyavati. Dr. Vidyavati. Dr. K.P. Srinivasmurthy. Dr. K.P. Srinivasmurthy. Dr. Kumar Naik. Dr. Narasimha Achar. Narasimha Achar. Dr. Sridhar. Dr. Sridhar. Sitaram MR. Dr. Sitaram MR. Dr. Shivaswamy BS. ಕೂತಿದ್ದಾರಾ? ಮತ್ತೆ ನಾವು
ಯಾರೋ ಬಂದರು, ಇವರು ಏನೋ ಮೊದಲು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆ
ಶ್ರೀಧರ್ ಬಂದ್ರ? ಪ್ರಸನ್ನ ರಾಜ್ ಕರೆದಿಲ್ಲ ಮರೆಯ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಕೆ ಪಿ ಶ್ರೀನಿವಾಸಮೂರ್ತಿ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಹೇಳಿ. ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್. ಕೆ.ಪಿ. ಶ್ರೀನಿವಾಸಮೂರ್ತಿ. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಕೆ.ಪಿ. ಶ್ರೀನಿವಾಸಮೂರ್ತಿ ಅಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲ.
Raju Memorial Trust was called.
Yes, sir. So just we'll be calling in order.
Start from ಕೆ.ಪಿ. ಶ್ರೀನಿವಾಸಮೂರ್ತಿ. ಶಾಂತರಾಮ್ ಶೆಟ್ಟಿ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ, ಬರೋದು ಇಲ್ಲ ಅವರು. ಹಾಂ Yes.
Dr. K.P. Srinivasamurthy, MBBS, founder member of Lions Club, Chikkabellapur, ex-president of IMA KSB. Born in agricultural family in Kuppalli village of Chikkabellapur, joined MMC in the year 1963. He has set up a nursing home at Chikkabellapur and is serving the rural community from past 54 years. Member of Indian Medical Association since past 54 years and President of Indian Medical Association 2003-04.
Dr. Kumar Nayak, sir, MBBS, MRCS, MCH Ortho. Sir, at present is serving as a General Secretary of UK MAA. Sir is an ex-councillor in Swindon Parish Council. He is an orthopedic surgeon, Oxford University Hospitals, NHS Trust, Oxford, UK. He is the first MMC graduate alumni outside India who contested in local elections in the UK and was elected as councillor in Swindon Parish Council. Dr. K. Narasimha Achar, sir, is a proud alumni of MMCRI. Dr. C.R. Sridhar, sir. Sir is a professor, Department of Rehabilitation Medicine, Sydney Kimmel Medical School, Thomas Jefferson University.
Dr. Sitaram MR, sir, orthopedic surgeon, Vivekananda Memorial Hospital, Sarguru, Mysore district. Sir has been a part of Swami Vivekananda Youth Movement, a developmental organization headquartered in Sargur, Mysore for past 40 years. He is closely involved in the Vivekananda Institute of Leadership Development, which focuses on building capacities of people in the development sector, and the Vivekananda Institute of Indian Studies, which focuses on the study, documentation, and dissemination of Indian culture, art, heritage, and spirituality. He has been a resource person and invited speaker on many diverse aspects of development, including health, education, youth, women development.
Dr. K. Narasimha Achar. Dr. K. Narasimha Achar. Narasimha Achar. Narasimha Achar.
Dr. K. Narasimhachar, sir, FRCP. Sir, Sir retired as a consultant physician, Western Isles Hospital, Western Isles. Sir did his MBBS from Mysore Medical College, Mysore. Sir served as a chair of various committees, including the local negotiating committee of BMA. Sir is an experienced clinician with expertise in diabetes, endocrinology, and gastroenterology with extensive endoscopic skills. Dr. Achar, sir, joined the Western Isles Health Board as consultant physician in February. After having worked in England and abroad,
Dr. B.S. Shivaswamy, Professor of Surgery, Saptagiri Medical College, Bangalore. He pursued his MBBS in 1971 and is currently the HOD of Surgery in Victoria Hospital for 10 years, has been PG Guide for 26 years, and has also been appointed as Medical Superintendent, Victoria Hospital. He has been UG and PG examiner in Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, and Maharashtra. He has operated 60 cases in 3 days, including days and nights, in Kaveri issue with no mortality. Sir, Lokesh sir, case. Next is KSMDA organization. I request Dr. Lokesh sir to collect the award on behalf of the association. Next, Lieutenant Colonel Dr. K.M. Annaji, MBBS, MS General Surgery. He had his early education in Kolsirsi village, passed MBBS in November 1963, commissioned in the Army Medical Corps as captain in 1966, served as graded surgeon, promoted as major in 1972. He passed his general surgery from AFMC Pune in 1978, promoted as Lieutenant Colonel in 1982, retired in 1991 after full service at the age of 55, and took active part during Bangladesh War, Operation Blue Star, IPKF troop in Sri Lanka, where several life-saving surgeries were done.
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿಡಿ ಬಿಡಿ. I request Dr. Natesh Rao Y. ಬಂದಿರಾ? ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಕೆ ಜಿ ಜಯದೇವಪ್ಪ. ಒಂದೊಂದೇ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಕ್ಲೀನಾಗಿ ಆಗಲ್ಲ, ಇಷ್ಟು ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗೋದು ಇದುವೇ. ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ ಎಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗಾಗಿತ್ತು ಅನ್ನೋದು. ಜಯದೇವ್ ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಗಿರೀಶ್ ಕೆ ಎನ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಆಗಿದೆಯಾ? ಬನ್ರಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ 10 ಜನ ಇದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇವ್ರನ್ನ ಇಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಮಾಡಿರೋದು. ಇಲ್ಲೊಬ್ಬರದಾಗಿದೆ. ನಟೇಶ್ ರಾವ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ನೋಡಿ ಬಂದು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ನಟೇಶ್ ರಾವ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಆರ್ಡ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಕರಿತಾ ಇದ್ದು. ಬನ್ನಿ, ನಿಮ್ಮದಿದೆ ಗೌ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಇದೇ ಬನ್ನಿ ಸರ್. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಜಯದೇವಪ್ಪ, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಗಿರೀಶ್ ಕೆ ಎನ್, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಗಿರೀಶ್ ಕೆ ಎನ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. Dr. Ravish, Dr. Prasanna Raj, Dr. Prashant, Dr. N.S. Prashant, please. Dr. Shobha S. Krishnan, बताइए. Dr. B.R. Nagaraj, Dr. R. Prashant, Dr. R. Prashant, Dr. R. Prashant, please. Dr. B.G. Tilak, ಇಲ್ಲ ಜಾಗ ಇಲ್ವಾ? ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಮೊಹಮ್ಮದ್ ಗೌ ಶರೀಫ್ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರಾ? ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ನಂದಕಿಶೋರ್ ಆಳ್ವಾ, ಜಯದೇವಪ್ಪ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. Dr. Jayadevappa, please come out in the dais. ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಈಗ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಬಂದು ಕೂತ್ಕೋತಾರೆ ಅವರು. ಹಾಂ, ನೀವು ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಮಾಡಮ್ಮ. ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೆ ಆಯ್ತು. ಇವರು ತಿಲಕ್ಕೊಬ್ಬರು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಬಂದು ಕೂತಿದ್ದೀವಾ? ತಿಲಕ್ಕೂ ಕೂತಿದ್ದಾರಂತೆ. ಆಗಿದೆ ಮತ್ತು ಗೌ ಶರೀಫ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗಾಗಿದೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ನಟೇಶ್ ಯಾರು ನಾನು ನೋಡಿಲ್ಲ, ನಾನು ನೋಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಅವರಿಬ್ಬರು ಮಕ್ಕಳು.
Dr. Natesh Rao Y, Professor and Head of the Department of Anesthesiology, Vaidehi Institute of Medical Sciences and Research Center, Bangalore. Sir did his MD in anesthesiology from Armed Forces Medical College, Pune. Sir has been recognized by the commendation of Chief of Naval Staff for offering anesthesia services for an obstetric patient despite self being dangerously ill.
Dr. K.G. Jayadevappa, Joint Secretary in the Ministry of External Affairs, New Delhi, alumnus of Mysore Medical College, District Health Officer for Chitradurga District. Dr. K.G. Jayadevappa, sir, proud alumnus of MMC and an orthopedic surgeon.
Dr. Girish Ken. Dr. Ravi. Dr. Prashant Raj.
Ravisha.
Dr. Ravish, please. Ravish is there. Girish also wanted.
Dr. Ravish R. Mugli, sir, Regional Health Specialist, Immunization UNICEF, South Asia Region, Kathmandu. Sir is a passionate public health physician and dynamic leader with over 20 years of experience in 18 countries. He specializes in global public health, health systems, health program management, and innovations in global health.
Dr. Prasanna Raj, Advisor, Professor of Sri Sheetla Mata Medical College. He completed his MBBS in the year 1982 from Government Medical College, Mysore. Further completed MD in Community Medicine from AIIMS, New Delhi in the year 1986. Following super specialization in public health, Sir has served in Nepal for rabies control, Philippines for rehabilitation of volcano victims.
Dr. N.S. Prashant.
Dr. N.S. Prashant, sir, MBBS, PhD, Masters in Public Health, Institute of Tropical Medicine. Sir is a medical doctor and public health researcher with experience in working in primary health care and community settings in southern Karnataka. Sir did his PhD in University of Catholic, Brussels. Sir is a consultant, WHO Alliance for Health Policy and Systems Research, Geneva, Switzerland.
Dr. Shobha S. Krishnan, MD, founder and president of GIHC, board certified family physician and gynecologist with over 30 years of experience in primary care and women health. From 2019 to 2023, Dr. Krishnan served as the board of directors for the American Medical Women's Association. She is also a part of planning committee for the National HPV Conference in the US, scheduled for April 2025. She is the author of award-winning book, The HPV Vaccine Controversy, Sex, Cancer, God, and Politics, which received the 2009 Book of the Year Award from the American Journal of Nursing.
Dr. B.R. Nagraj sir, MBBS DMRD. Sir did his MBBS from MA Medical College Gulbarga and DMRD from KMC KIMS Hubli.
Nandakishwara.
Professor Dr. Nandakishore Alva, Dean, ESIC PGIMSR Medical College and Hospital, Kolkata, West Bengal. He pursued his MBBS from Mysore Medical College and was formerly the Dean, has been the President of Indian Association of Pathologists and Microbiologists, Karnataka chapter. He has also been Vice President for Karnataka Hemophilia Society, Davangere, and has been a Professor of Pathology at Ramaya Medical College, Bangalore.
Dr. B.J.
Dr. Balagangadhar Tilak sir, MCH Plastic Surgery. Sir is a committed plastic surgeon and has excellent academic credentials. He has made remarkable contribution during his 4 decades plus tenure as a leading plastic surgeon, administrator in prestigious medical institutions, and a passionate teacher to his students. Dr. Mohammad Ghosh Sharif sir, former chairman, retired professor and head of the Department of General Medicine. Sir did his MD Medicine from Mysore University, Mysore. Sir has been the President of Teachers Association, Mysore Medical College, Secretary, MAA Association, worked in various capacities as lecturer, assistant professor and professor, later retired as head of the Department of General Medicine, Mysore Medical College.
Dr. Prashant. Dr. Prashant, please come out with the hands. Dr. Sandeep Ishwarappa. Dr. Sandeep Ishwarappa. Dr. Om Kumar. R. Prashant. ಸಂದೀಪ್ ಈಶ್ವರಪ್ಪ ಬಂದ್ರಲ್ಲ. ಓಂ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಟಿ ಎಚ್. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಓಂ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಟಿ ಎಚ್ ಬಂದರು. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ರಾಜು ಮೆಮೋರಿಯಲ್ ಟ್ರಸ್ಟ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಕುಮಾರಿ ಅದಾಯ್ತಾ? ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಬಿಹಾಫ್ ಆಫ್ ರಾಜು ಮೆಮೋರಿಯಲ್ ಟ್ರಸ್ಟ್ ಕುಮಾರ್. again Dr. Narasimha Achar, UK KMC. ಯಾರು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಕೇಳೋಣ. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಶ್ರೀ ಪ್ರಕಾಶ್ ಮೋಕ್ಷಗುಂಡಂ. Dr. Sri Prakash Mokshagundam, please. MMC Ghana President. ಮಾಡೋಣ ಸರ್. ಇಲ್ಲ ಇವತ್ತು ಒಂದು ಅಕಾರ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ, ಮುಗಿದೋಗ್ಬಿಡ್ಲಿ. ಖಂಡಿತ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಶ್ರೀ ಪ್ರಕಾಶ್ ಮೋಕ್ಷಗುಂಡಂ, ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಇನ್ಯಾರು ಸರ್? ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಗಣೇಶ್ ರಘುನ ಅವ್ರಿಗೇನು ಇವನು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಇದನ್ನು ಆರ್ಡ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಡೋಣ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೇನು ಹೆಸರು ಇಂಟ್ರಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ಈಗ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಕೋಲಾರ್ ಮೂರ್ತಿ ಕರೆಯೋದ ಬೇಡ? ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಕೋಲಾರ್ ಮೂರ್ತಿ. ಆಯಿತು ಮೇಡಮ್. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಎಸ್ ಕರೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಸತ್ಯನ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸತ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲಲ್ಲ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಕೋಲಾರ್ ಮೂರ್ತಿ. ನೀವೇ ಓದಿದ್ದು ನನಗೆ ಓದಕ್ಕೆ. ಈ ನೇಮ್ಗಳು ಕೋಲಾರ್ ಮೂರ್ತಿ ಬಂದ್ರ? ಆಯ್ತು, ಇವಾಗ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಬರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಕೋಲಾರ್ ಮೂರ್ತಿ ಅವರು. ಇಲ್ಲ ಇದೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇನ್ಯಾರಿದ್ದಾರೆ? ಜಾಗ ಇದೆ, ಇನ್ನೂ ಎರಡು ಇದೆ. ಇನ್ನೆರಡು ಪ್ಲೇಸ್ ಇದೆ. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ನರಸಿಂಹಾಚಾರ್ ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಯಾವುದು ಕಟ್ಕೊಂಡು
Dr. D.S. Chandrasekhar Murthy, sir. Dr. D.S. Chandrasekhar Murthy, sir.
ಆಯ್ತಂತ.
Dr. Ram Prakash, sir.
Dr. Ram Prakash, please. ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಓಕೆ
Dr. Motilal Ramchandra sir. Dr. Motilal Raichandra sir.
ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಪ್ರಭಾ ಮಂಡಲ್ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಅವರು. ಸಾಕು ಆಯ್ತಾ ಹಾಂ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡಿ. ಹಾಂ ಇದು ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ.
Dr. R. Prashant, MBBS, Karnataka Administrative Service, Additional Secretary in the Urban Development Department, Government of Karnataka. Sir completed his MBBS in 1997, joined government service in August 2010 as Assistant Commissioner. He has been Assistant Commissioner of Chikmagalur, Mangalore, Special DC of Karnataka Industrial Area Developmental Board, Private Secretary to Honorable Revenue Minister, and presently working as Additional Secretary in Urban Development Department, Government of Karnataka. Sandeep Ishwarappa.
Dr. Sandeep M. Ishwarappa sir, Associate Professor, Department of Biochemistry, Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. Sir pursued his MBBS from Mysore Medical College, Mysuru, and did his PhD in Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, in cellular microbiology.
behalf of Raju Memorial Trust, Dr. Kumar K.S. Dr. Lokesh sir, on behalf of KSMDA.
So I have the great honor of introducing Dr. Ganesh Raghu. He is a stalwart in the field of interstitial lung disease. He is a world authority on interstitial lung disease. He has path-breaking publications in Blue Journal and New England Journal of Medicine. In fact, he introduced the hypersensitive pneumonitis, which is a very common problem in this country, to the entire world. So he's a legend, and he's from Mysore Medical College, 1973 batch. Dr. Ganesh Raghu, Professor of Pulmonology and Chair of Interstitial Lung Disease, Washington University, Seattle.
Dr. Kolar N. Narasimha Murthy sir, MD, Consultant Neurologist, California, USA. Sir is a proud MMC alumnus. Sir pursued his MBBS from Government Medical College, Mysore. He did his residency in internal medicine from VA Long Beach Hospital.
Dr. Om Kumar TH, MBBS from Mysore Medical College. He has represented India in World Championship and Asian Games in swimming. He holds World Rank 65 and Asian Rank 12th. He is the fastest Indian open water swimmer, All India Rank 3 in aquathlon and Rank 14 in triathlon. He's been the 3 times best male swimmer in university, winning all 16 events every year.
Senior most doctors, Dr. Ram and Dr. Anjali Kumari, Dr. Sumitra. 1950 batch.
1950 batch.
Yes, 1950 batch, senior most doctors. I know. Dr. Sumitra is a 1950 batch. Dr. Ram and Dr. Anjali Kumari is a 1953 batch. Huh? What? Namge what?
I request all the faculties and the dignitaries to join for lunch. We'll be continuing with the valedictory felicitation at 3 at the new academic block near library.
respected delegates, there is an announcement. Centenary souvenir and alumni directory is being issued at the registration counter. I repeat, Centenary souvenir and alumni directory is being issued at the registration counter. Please scan your QR code, the code, and issue it as soon as possible. I repeat, Centenary souvenir and alumni directory is being issued at the registration counter. I request everyone to please collect it. Thank you.
पूर्वजः